to the B stream over here on the side. I'm Waltz. I'm with Rio. We're going to be going through all of the elimination games for you today. Rio, you excited?
I am so excited. I'm so happy to be here with you, Waltz. I mean, we're in person, we're casting for the first time, we're in matching outfits. What more could you ask for? This is an amazing day.
We have some really exciting matches coming up for us too, right? Because the elimination matches, the mainstream, they can have the qualification matches. I don't really care. These are the matches that matter most.
These are the bloodbath matches. These are the ones that are sending people home. We're going to say goodbye to teams that they're not even going to see anymore on the mainstream. So this is exciting. This is intense. And yeah, we are in a little bit of a back closet for it, but we wanted to bring you all the action in the best way that we could.
Well, it's a lot of energy being in a small room to contain it.
Exactly.
Kind of stifling. So we do have a couple matches coming up. So obviously there was a cash out match that did happen because of the delays. We got the B stream running as soon as we can, so we missed the cash out match. But Fnatic and FN were the teams that moved forward. So Fnatic and FN were the ones that were able to progress. They're going to be in 3v3.
Yeah, this will be interesting. So we're going to dive directly into a 3v3 and see which team goes on and which team goes bye-bye, as we're going to be loaded up in just a moment. But what teams are we going to be seeing? You just mentioned Fnatic and FN. Those are really good teams. Which one do you think will end up taking it?
I think Fnatic. I'm excited. I don't feel like FN had the best situation. Remember, this should be the qualification match. I believe we're about to head into.
Okay.
After that cash out first match, just to see. Sorry, not qualification match, but this team is the one that's going to move on, and then we get into our elimination matches.
Okay, gotcha. So it'll be interesting, but yeah, FN definitely was struggling a little bit in that cash out match that we saw on the mainstream. I think that they only had one cash out steal right at the very end, so a little bit heartbreaking for them. But Fnatic also one of the more strong teams in the entire scene, so it's exciting to see them go up against it one more time. They might be able to take it away and get bumped back up there, but they definitely have a long road ahead of them.
Yeah, and of course, some of the other teams that we left behind are Team Secret.
Yeah.
Teams that we are not going to be. They're going to be in some elimination matches, not where they expected to be at all. So obviously we'll be getting to those later. But just waiting on an update on what is going on with our teams right now, because we do have some teams. So again, we are off to the side, so it's going to be a little bit bumpier for us over here. A little bit bumpy, but I think it's thematic. It's bumpy, just like the experience these teams are having. It's not what you expected. It's not quite the route that they thought they were going to be on.
Yeah, and sorry if there's a little bit of a bumpiness with the audio as well. Apparently, Waltz, you might not be able to hear you too well. You might have to stand right next to me in my face, and we might have to share this one mic. We'll have to figure that out here in a little bit, but I do think that we will be getting into a game here shortly, and I will be excited to finally see Fnatic again. There were a lot of Fnatic fans out there. I met a lot yesterday at the meet and greet, which was always fun to see, meet, and just chat with everybody finals related. Walt is trying to figure out the microphone situation. There is a little dial right here. I don't know if that's audio. Yeah, I figured. I don't know if we have any way to edit this, so I might be casting alone for this first match as we try and figure out the audio setup. But chat, I hope you're doing good out there. Hope everybody is enjoying it so far. Hopefully you enjoyed the main games, and yeah, I'm sure that there's a reason that you decided to come over here. But look at this! I am seeing some gameplay. Good old Burrita Supreme, the man himself, running the stream from ESL Studios. So, the match is getting started. Looks like we're going to get started on Bernal, even a foggy variant of Bernal. I honestly do enjoy the fog. It's never too intrusive in my opinion, but it does add a nice little ambiance to the entire map. So the teams have spawned in. Watching now is Fnatic taking a little bit of damage on Nagiri as he's trying to run into that first engagement. Staying their distance right now from FN. They do bring down Young already in that first battle, but now TT taking a lot of damage as well as he just gets on the receiving end of it, and Gunhee, the last remaining person by FN Esports. He's going to have to run around. He looks like he's in some gas now. make himself disappear into a cloud of coins, and he can rejoin the rest of his teammates as that is a wipe, and Fnatic will take this vault. Looks like they're headed straight for cash out A. This is a fun cash out in my opinion. Lots of ways to manipulate it, but a lot of times it's dropped. It's dropped right down in there, but looking at Fnatic on their setup, it's quite interesting right now. No C4, nothing on the point that I can tell just yet, but there the cash out goes. I think it just moved. I think it dropped down potentially. And Walt is here. Maybe his mic is working, and we will see for the rest of you. And I will just continue chatting until we have that figured out. But FN Esports starting their approach, working their way towards this first cash out. Fnatic has good control over everything. They haven't decided to move just yet. They've got good positioning. Look at that positioning, honestly. They are split up, very separated from each other, but they've got great sight lines, and you know that they could dive on there at a moment's notice. Gungi taking a lot of damage, but Myung bringing his teammate right back up with that healing and infuser, keeping them nice and healthy. And look at this, they might be able to turn the tide just a little bit. Giri taking a ton of damage from that, and Ramkey just deleted with the Deagles. They drop down in there, they're in the pool, he is sticking it, he has the emitter there, dealing him a nice little bit of health. Little chuck ball that they like to call it, but there is a glitch grenade going down. The cash out inside this pool area is very unique. Don't see it a ton, but is all down to Nagiri. He is the only remaining person on Fnatic. He only has a sliver of HP, and that sliver being 2 HP, and that is where he's going to stay as he runs away and lets his teammates coin back in. A few more seconds from Nagos before he can get back in this battle, but right now FN Esports have control of this cash out. They need to hold on for a little bit longer, about 15 seconds, but here is Fnatic. They're starting their approach. They want to try and grab this, get any kill that they can. Nagiri taking a lot of damage as well, having to run in there. There's the dome shield, trying to secure it for a little bit longer, but a flip is being attempted right now. Can they grab it? I think that they stalled it just long enough. And I want to check in with Waltz.
Yes, they want to. Keep me on the stream, but I'll keep on it.
I will keep on it indeed until we know that my good old friend here can talk the way that he loves to. But right now, FN Esports got the first cash out, and that is really impressive against a team like Fnatic. I am consistently impressed with these APAC region teams. We had such a different understanding of how they would perform today, and none of us were expecting it like this, and I am enjoying it. It is really fun to see a team that I have no idea who these people are, who these players are. I haven't even chatted with them. That's something atypical of me. I love chatting with the scene, and I think I have several more people that I'm going to have to chat with, even through maybe a translator, just to get to know these fine people. But TT, oh my god! Those Deagles, he can hit those headshots with it. Can he connect with the RPG as well? Going up to height, looking for that nice mantling, but it wasn't fast enough as Fnatic got a res in that time frame. And look at this, they are turning it on its head. Fnatic dealing a ton of returning damage, but Ramkey on the receiving end of that revolver. And oh my god, Nagos as well. All of Fnatic are deleted, and I just continue to sing the praises of a team I've never seen. Checking in with Waltz. Nope, not ready yet, I guess. All right, well, it is just me and me alone for this match, it would seem, but that is okay with me. I'm going to dial down my tempo just a little bit so that I can keep this going, but the plug has happened by FN Esports. They need to hold on for a little bit longer. They've got a time to set up, but here comes Fnatic going on that zip line, staying a good distance away from this cash out as well. Have decided to push in, doing a little bit of rooftop battle. That repeater can deal a lot of damage if they can get the connection of the shots, but Nagos didn't really hit anybody with that. Throwing some goo up there, helped him mantle up his way onto that rooftop, but he is now taking a ton of damage on the return, and he needs to find a way to get a headshot, get a kill, get anything. He finds one shot on TT, but not enough. The rest of his teammates are charging in there. They want to try and take control. They have forced FN Esports off of this point, and now they need to try and stay on it. They're going for the flip, they're going for the steal, but FN have bounce padded their way back up to the top. They're trying to go for it and stay as long as they can. Kite this cash out, hold it on top, hold as long as they can. If they can get it, they will take this entire map. This is a great spot for them to be in. Nagos now switching over to healing back in. No, TT taking a ton of damage, and he's the only one. And sadly, they could not hold on. So Fnatic got the wipe, they'll get the flip, and it will all go down to most likely one more cash out, unless FN Esports can find some way to spawn back in and have a lucky spawn, bounce pad over there, go for a last second steal. But you know, this is the finals. It only happens every once in a while that we see wild last second plays like that, but can't discount anything just yet. Here is the approach right now. There's the gateway bounce pad. Good setup. It's one of those plays that really requires a lot of teamwork and to do it quickly. And they are still going for it. Glitching it going down. It looks like they're trying to drop it as well. There's cash out just waiting as it falls down. Looks like they're holding it, but no, it drops down one more floor. Unfortunate for FN Esports as they try and go for it, but Fnatic seem to be playing the perfect kiting game, and they're getting one kill. Can they get the second? It is all on Young, who gets some great kills there. Can he find one more? He's in a 1 versus 1, but no. Nigiri gets it. And I'm taking a second to breathe. And it is quite a fun match. I love it when these cash outs go all the way to 3. It shows that the teams are able to adapt, able to try to change on a dime if they need to, and just keep it going. And I am loving it. Honestly, I don't get to solo cast a lot either, so this is quite fun. Well, it's going to run it through the rest of this game, and maybe we'll switch off and they can hear your beautiful voice next. And we will just enjoy the fun together. Add in when we can. But now the team's just posturing a little bit. No real damage being dealt. Set up on some high ground. TT is the one that I am watching in this. He has some great aim with those deagles. Reminded me of Akazo, to be honest with you. Although he just needs the banana skin to really sell it. But there goes Gunhee taking a ton of damage from Nigiri. And gonna have to go back to the drawing board as the rest of his teammates have left him, it looks like. But Vault 1 has been taken by Fnatic. They're going to run it over towards Cash Out C, get that plug started. FN Esports now have gotten their member right back up. Looks like a long res in there, holding on to that defib if they brought it. Not even sure just yet. Now, actually, I do see a defib on Gunhee, so they do have that. That is good utility, saving it for this next engagement. But the Cash Out has been plugged. It has been started by Fnatic. They've got some good positioning as well, and FN Esports are spread out on the bottom layer. This is making it a little bit difficult for them to find anybody. They need to get to height almost immediately, and sadly TT lost in that first engagement as well. Now Fnatic going through a gateway, trying to make their way over towards this cash out, or stay close to it, I should say. And look at that, they're staying inside that nice little dome and holding on, and they're throwing down some goo. Love the setup right now. Oh, this is actually a really good spot by Nagos. I'm going to steal that spot. I love watching plays like this where I can learn. But the cash out is ticking away. FN Esports do have some height here, dashing around, trying to spot somebody out. Young had some really good aim earlier, so if he can continue with that, this will be pivotal for them. Dealing some healing infuser, bringing his teammates right back into the battle. Nagos going down. This is their opportunity, but Gunhee gets a lot of damage on the return. The Winch Claw pulls him in there. TT, the only remaining member, just gets deleted by Ramkey's SA-12 shotgun. And you know what? Shotgun to the face should do that much damage, and it does. Now they have to hold on for a little bit longer, about 13 seconds before FN can respawn. If the spawn gods are kind, they might spawn them close. But I have seen this play out a many number of times, and that cash out is a little bit far along for anything drastic to happen. But as I say that, they are going to make one last attempt for it. There's the gateway, the bounce pad as well, throwing it over. Here comes the approach. FN Esports wanting to make their way right there. They're down below it. They drop it down, but sadly it hits a bounce pad, sending it up into the moon. Fnatic are kiting this just perfectly, not even taking a ton of damage. As I say that, though, Nagos went down, and Nigiri very low. Tried to pull out the healing infuser. They want to try and get the flip, but there it goes. Not enough time, and somehow they got the flip. Fnatic was unable to get that map. FN Esports take it at the end. Honestly, And I think I have talked for a little bit, so I'm going to pass it off to the wonderful Waltz. I'll take you to the next one.
Oh my goodness, I exist. I am here. And yeah, that was crazy. Fnatic versus FN Esports. Not what I think anybody would have expected coming into this. FN Esports definitely showing that they have something pretty special there. 9 kills on Ramkey wasn't enough to cinch the deal. That's kind of wild. So definitely some issues there, you could tell, with the way that Fnatic were playing a little bit. I felt like they let control of the map get away from them. Just weren't holding things down the way that you expect them to. And yeah, like you said, you called it. Cinema. So it is, it's something special. This is a best of 3, so they do have a couple more games, and they're going to jump into their next map in just a moment. So looking forward to seeing what we're getting into, what the next map will be. Fnatic are going to have to figure out what they need to change, because if they lose this, they're in an elimination match. 4 teams going to be eliminated before the B stream is over. So we have 4 elimination matches. We got another cash out. We got a bunch of best of 3s ahead of us. It is going to be quite a few hours of us hanging out here. So I'm looking forward to getting into these matches and seeing where they're going to go. So.
And I mean, just it's going to be wild to say goodbye to somebody, especially somebody on the level of Fnatic. And I realize now I'm talking to nobody.
Yeah.
You can hear me. So,
nope.
So you just have to reiterate what I say.
Yeah, well, sorry, I was distracted by production, so I'll be honest, I actually missed what I always said. It's been, if you're wondering why it's a little bit more of a, there's a little bit more stuff going on back here than maybe the polish you would expect, it's because originally there was not supposed to be a B stream. We were going to run everything on the main stream. It was just going to be one long day, and due to some timing issues, scheduling issues, we had to put some games onto the B stream, so we had to run them off. But we would rather have a slightly scuffed stream, something that's not quite as good, instead of not being able to see these teams at all. Because the most important thing is obviously make sure that we get to watch these teams, make sure that we get to see them. So, excited still to see them play. Should be getting to the next map in just a few moments, I hope, unless that happened to be game 3 and we were not told. We did come in a little bit late. We'll see. Production will have to let us know where we are. There we go. About to go ahead and get in the map. So looks like we are on Sis Horizon. Very classic map. Looks like we have the 93R on Nagiri. Classic, something we've seen a lot from him. Ramkey with the SH12. We haven't seen a lot of SH12 today. I've actually been kind of surprised by the lack of SH12. I think when the BFR got banned, that's something we expected would be happening a lot. But here we jump in. Glitchnade is here. Teams really kind of go back to what they're comfortable with in these scenarios. So pushing forward, going to set up for this first vault. Both teams spotting each other now. There's Glitch coming in, but both just posturing right now for these teams, not actually pushing, not finding each other. Goonades does break off these sight lines as Byungtan is looking for the steal on the back, for the wraparound on the back here. Does get a pick onto Nagiri, winning the light battle. 1 down from each team as the stairs, there continues to be a battle. He's there in time for the heals, but he gets picked off a little bit too close to Ramkey with the double. He finishes off the team wipe. That's a vault fight win. Very important on Sis Horizon, especially with how close these spawns can be for the vaults to the cash out. So it's going to be very nice, very easy for them to get a good setup here. Although because it wasn't even tapped, they are going to have to spend their gateway just to be able to plug before the enemy team spawns. So it is going to be very dependent right now upon where FN spawns. So I have to take a look for that. Looking across. It looks like we're heading over to A. FN, realizing that's the play. Get a little bit caught by the revolver from Gunhee. TT very, very low, and Gunhee looking to finish them off. Nagos and Nagiri as well. Almost no health left on their side. They have to dash away, make sure they can reset, but the plug does go through, so Fnatic are in control of this map at the current moment. Go ahead and finish this off. Couple shots from the revolver, but he has to back away. Goonade to break things out. Comes around through the corner. Over here, we have TT. He goes down. Rimkey again with a double, is able to pick off 2. It's only Gunhee left. At this point, might want to just reset. He's going to wait for his team to come up, not having maybe an appropriate barrel nearby to go ahead and do a team wipe. Going to go ahead and reset, but the timer is rapidly ticking away. Still about 3/4 left on this cash out, about 90 seconds left. So they're going to have plenty of time to spawn back in. They're going to start using these coins. One thing I've noticed, Rio, as if you could respond at this point. One of the things I've noticed is that the APAC teams heavily use their coins. We don't see teams do a lot of that, especially in NA and EU. They tend to go for wipes themselves. And Rio does agree with me. He says I'm perfect and amazing, actually. Fnatic playing quite far away with the RPG pulled out. They're also walking as well. They don't want to be spotted. Gunhee with the goo. They're looking to set this off. He is, but running in that revolver, we're seeing some great shots. He could immediately melt Nagiri if Nagiri gets too close away. That revolver is able to do a lot of damage. Can't one-shot the light, but he can two-tap and he's able to get a headshot. A lot of posturing right now. Running the DMAT as well on FN. They were running that earlier. Something that is not as applicable on the side of Sister Rising, but timers go. He finally finds them. He gets winched in. That could be death for Gunny. He goes down immediately. Raimkey again adding it into his tally. Youngtung is there. Go ahead and back up his team. They're all together on top of Raimkey. Heal emitter there on the ground, but that's too far away from the cash out. It's not going to help them as they go for this steal. They're very exposed. Raimkey drop skin looking to add another one there. He goes down actually, but Nagiri is able to finish off the steal. He protects it. It's a light v light battle. The Gunate goes down to try to delay it, but Youngtan actually wins the fight. Nagiri goes down. They get the team wipe, but all they're really going to get here is a little bit of an ego boost, because that is a cash out in favor of Fnatic, able to strike back a little bit and know that their tournament lives could be on the line. This isn't an elimination match yet, but again, you know, talking about from earlier, this is a Swiss format. If you lose a match, you're in the danger zone. It's not a in some ways it's a double elimination bracket, but teams, if you win this, you don't have to play for a bit. You're going to be able to take a breather. Hopefully like myself a little bit here. It's been a long time since I've done a solo cast. It's been, I don't know, a couple years, year and a half. It's been a while since I've done that, so definitely it takes some getting used to. But RPG coming in from Raimkey again. The amount of kills he's already stacked up in this fight is crazy. TT having to run away. He almost got the wall open, didn't quite do that. He don't see them. Turns around. The heals were already gone through though. Raimkey has to run now. His team needs to heal him back up. He's only at 100 HP. There's the heal beam. Gonna go ahead and top him back up as Nagiri going crazy on the backside. Two members down of FN Esports looking for the third. Can they find Youngtan? He wants to survive again. No, he's gonna go ahead and get wiped by Nagos. The F-Car. A lot of weapons that we haven't seen much today at all. And been really neat to see the distinction there. Youngtan with 4 kills already. Definitely the only one able to really perform in this match, unfortunately. We just haven't seen TT and Gucky get their feet underneath them. But they clearly know how to make it work. I mean, they were able to take that last match, so unsure what's going wrong for them this time. And Youngtan is definitely putting up some nice performances. Nullifier as well. They were running this earlier. We pointed this out on the mainstream. Jerry was in particular is pointing to us. The nullifier, especially in the cash out matches, actually let them get a steal. Unfortunately, in that cash out match where they did get dropped down to this elimination bracket, they weren't able to carry forward. But nullifier is something we haven't seen many teams use. When it got brought back after the rework, there was some considerable debate on whether or not like this would be overpowered, what its place in the meta was, but did not really pan out in the way that we thought it would. Raimkey does take down TT on the backside, looking for the next kill. Again, already a man down. They're getting a little bit separated. I feel like they are kind of losing focus on the side of FN. You can't be... Gunhee was not even close to him. Now, when you're not running the healing beam, oftentimes it is okay if you get a little bit more separated. You're in a position. And again, gonna use a coin here. You know, they're not able to get to that totem. Clearly not in a place where they are able to retrieve him. But that does mean that we're only a minute out. Fnatic looking to take a quick 2-0 victory back in their favor. Both of these teams with FN in their name. So we have to see who is the better team. FN starting. Lots of goo in the hallway there. Considerable angles, a lot of head peeks for them, for TT on those deagles. Fnatic dropping all the way down. They're going to go ahead and play underneath. They have a gateway that's available to them if they want to try something. C4 does get blown up, but that drops the cash out to the area where Fnatic is. They're waiting for this. Looks like another C4. Going to bring that all the way down. The DMAT was already there. Dome shield going down on the ground before the glitch, so it's actually not going to get immediately removed. The drop down from them. Nagiri takes out one, looking for the second gun. He FA down. They're all there. Nagiri is cleaning the entire team up. The wipe is there, and Fnatic strikes back in game 2 on Sister Rise and taking this. We're making it a 1-1, and we're about to get into our third and final match in just a few moments now. Quite a performance from Fnatic, definitely showing that this is what I expected from Fnatic. This is what I was looking for. we know that they can do well. I don't remember if Nagos was running the F car in that first match, but that's a weapon that has fallen out of favor. It's definitely not a weapon you see a lot of anymore, but he's very good with it. He's very, very good with the F car. He runs it a lot, especially when he wants to. And Myungtan, again, that last fight, not a single kill. 4 kills on Myungtan and nothing else on anybody, which is that's not a good sign. Now, I believe this probably was, we could look at the bracket, because I do think that there is a world where that was their pick. I'm not sure who got first place in that. Actually, this would have been, I'm not sure whose pick this was. But that could be what FN need, is maybe if their pick is next. Then we could be in a good spot. So all going to come down to this final map. That's every 3v3 has gone to a third game so far. These teams are very evenly matched, you know. I mean, tech issues aside, I think the biggest thing is just that these teams are really giving it everything they have, you know, especially the closer we get to these elimination matches, the more and more desperate these teams are going to get. I would not be surprised that, like, there's 2 philosophies, right? You can either continue to run the exact same thing that you have always run. There's strength and comfort, right? You know, like, go back to the weapon that you're aware of, the weapon that you know works, all of that sort of thing. But also, sometimes you got to shake it up. You know, like we've seen that from the teams that are performing well, like KCP, who have already punched their ticket to day 2. The ability to surprise people and do something that they're not ready for does a lot. And maybe that's what you need to do in these matches. So, yeah, no, I'm excited to see. We'll be getting to our next match in just a moment. I'll probably get handed back over to Rio. Let me rest my voice a little bit and get him back on the mic with those beautiful pipes. Wonder what match, not sure what map we're going back to yet. Again, not as much production on this side purely because of that, but there is the game. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Rio. He's going to take you through the final map on Seoul.
Thank you for that, Waltz. And we are going to Seoul Under Construction. One of my favorite variants. I have actually had a lot of chat with people in the scene on if they like Under Construction, and it is entirely divided. People either think it is the best way to play Seoul or the absolute worst way to play Seoul. So if you guys in chat are out there, I'd love to know your opinion on it. Best, worst, somewhere in the middle. I kind of like it. I think it makes it a little more fun, but it adds a lot of chaos towards the middle, which, is very a finals thing. So, the storyline here is to find out if FN Esports was just messing up on that last map. Maybe it's a map-dependent thing because they had an amazing performance on the first map that we saw. So, they have an opportunity to turn it around here. RPG going off from TT, following it up with those Deagle shots, getting Ramkey down with the help of his teammates. They're now spotting out the last remaining member of Fnatic. Those Deagles dealing a lot of damage, but Nagiri dealing it right back at him. TT has to throw down the dome, and look at this, the invis, he's coming in right behind him, but he gets caught out. He winches him in and gets the kill. TT getting more kills right now than they did in the last map. So it is quite a turnaround for them. Maybe they love Seoul. This will be a great opportunity for them as Fnatic are licking their wounds. FN Esports has gotten the tap on vault number 1 and will be able to take that anywhere that they want. But since they stalled on tapping it, by the time that they have popped that first vault, Fnatic will be back, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. And look at this, Fnatic just dips in there and they grab this vault and they run away from A. Maybe there was a gateway that went too far on FN Esports. I'm not sure what happened there, but it looks like they completely fumbled it. Something definitely went wrong, because now they're having to go on the offensive side and try to figure out a way in. They need to go in and break through the defenses of Fnatic. And again, look at the way that Fnatic is setting up. They have 2 people playing close together, and then one of their teammates off to the side. It is their light player trying to flank and get any information that they can, or a potential pick. And right now, it seems like FN Esports doesn't know what to do. This is what I mean by this middle section being very chaotic. Even the approach can let yourself know where you're going to be going. But there's an RPG going off that really worked well. But sadly, Myung went down on that first fight, and it looks like TT is the only remaining member, as he has just a little bit of HP, and Fnatic are playing with him, trying to stall him as long as possible before he drops over into the void. I have seen this before from Fnatic, and I am starting to think that this is part of the way that they play. They let the first map go. This is their map that they let everything be discovered, where they figure out what the strategy is of a team like FN Esports. And from there, as soon as they figured it out, they just capitalize on it. They just can take it and run with it. And that's what we're seeing so far. But right now, FN Esports has spawned back in. They do have enough time to make an approach here on Cash Out A. But again, it's a very difficult approach for them. They have gone in Biz, at least Myung has, to try and camouflage his approach there. They're taking some shots off. They surely know where they are. And look at this. Their medium taking a ton of damage, forcing them to go back there and stay by good old Chuck as he infuses them, or I guess emits his health for them, and they jump on there. FN Esports lost one of their members, second of the member, and third of their members like that. Raimkey getting 2 kills in quick succession, with Gary getting the third to wrap it all up and ensure that they get that first cash out done. Vault 2 has now been spawned. Fnatic will be able to make their way over there and stand basically on top of it. It is not very far away from where they are now, and you can see them over there pretty much immediately. FN Esports has now respawned. It'll all depend on where they spawn back in, but yeah, there is still plenty of time. But there is a gateway about to go down by Nigiri, but he immediately hears them out, sees that this is an opportunity, tries to shoot one of them, gets blocked by one of those railing beams. Now he's forced to chase them, and he's running around. They're able to get one of the kills right there, but trying to find the second and third are a little more difficult as they are starting to swarm on them. Glitch Grenade goes off, bringing that dome shield down. TT having to push into a corner and being the last remaining member gets a nice winch cloth, but it is not enough to deal the damage that they needed. Ramkey getting the kill, gonna get the long res on his teammates, and then finally getting control of this vault. They're gonna bring it over towards Cash Out B, which isn't the hospital spawn, but it is one of the stronger spawns in the entire map. It is the hospital spawn. So it is exactly where they want to be. It's a strong place to be. They have a lot of opportunity to kind of go and set up and really make this a challenging approach by FN Esports. They need to find any opening that they can and try and take as little damage as they can on the approach. And look at that. They were going up the zip line and somehow they broke it as they were going up it. I think a red barrel or even an RPG might have gone off by Fnatic, and that is a great stall tactic as time is starting to tick away. Lost about a fourth of this cash out, and boy, this is why this cash out can be so incredibly difficult. Going across that big rooftop area is so exposed. And they did shorten it recently, but I am not sure that it really solved the underlying issue of it. And I had a glimpse over there to the left, and it looks like the sky bridge has also been completely dropped off the map, making it where the only point of entry off to the right. And if you can see, FN Esports is definitely struggling to figure out how to cross this chasm, this big divide that is there in the middle of the map. They've gone up to the top of the roof. They have all of their teammates back in here, dealing a little bit of damage from TT, getting some good shots off. I am impressed with that man's aim, but it is not enough to bring any of them down. It looks like they're getting set up, maybe going for a bounce pad, but that RPG connects and deletes Ramkey. This is the opening that they need. There's a gateway as well, bringing them over. They're scrambling to try and bring them back up. Their res defib does go off on him, but Nagos went down in that battle. And now there's the second one. It is all on their light player to kite this for a few more seconds. This cash out has just a fourth left, and all of FN Esports are here. They're going down below it. There is the cash out dropping the D-mat. You don't see that anymore. He has to hold on. There's a glitch grenade, but they are just purposely blocking everything. They get the kill. They get the flip. We're going to see one more cash out. Are you kidding me? This is crazy. I saw me for a second. Hello there. And yeah, what a great way of pushing the most difficult cash out spot. They pushed it, they got the kills. That RPG turned the tide of the battle, and it is amazing. A pivotal play like that can turn everything and bring us back into potentially FN Esports coming back in this. This is such a good improvement over this last map. I do not know what happened in that last map because there were 2 people that I think had 0 kills. It makes you scratch your head because that is not a team that I'm watching right now. But as I say that, Vault 3 has been spawned. Looks like nobody is just ready yet to tap it. They want to find a little bit more information. FN Esports on the farther side of it, but Fnatic trying to find their way over there, but not committing just yet. Here comes FN Esports. They do bounce pad up over there. They are pushing them off into a corner. Raimkey getting stuck out, and here comes the rest of them. Raimkey going down in that battle. TT going down as well. It is now down to a 1 versus 1. It is the Lights versus Light. Who is going to take it as they go around? And of course, Fnatic stays in control. They got a res off in there. Oh my god, I missed that. And TT was able to come back in there and get the kill. What an amazing flip on that at the last second. I did not think that was going to go that way. It seemed to be in the hands of Fnatic, but now Vault 3 will be tapped by FN Esports. And honestly, if they hold on for a little bit longer, they might be able to take this map. It seems like they're setting up to bring this over to Cash Out C. Fnatic has now respawned. They're starting to make their approach, but they have a little bit of a ways to go before they are grouped up with them. Going now, slowing things down a little bit. They see that they have height disadvantage for them, as FN Esports has a little bit on top of that middle area. But moving in, Nagos decides to heal his heavy right back up there so they can go into it. There's a gateway as well, bringing them back down to the middle of that area. I'm not sure if that was the proper gateway or if they really that's what they wanted to do. But now FN Esports staying very close to this cash out. I'm not sure that this is the proper way to do it because it looks like Gummy takes a lot of damage from that and goes down in that first battle. Now TT also very low health, about halfway down, forcing him into a corner, and it is found out by Raimkey, bringing him down with that SA shotgun, and he is now chasing the last member before he just falls off the map to the lovingly warm embrace of the void, where he joins the rest of his teammates for 18 more seconds as they respawn back in. But right now, this cash out has more than halfway, or is almost halfway done. And it's going to be quite difficult because you can see that they have manipulated this cash out into a very open area. On top of that, they can still get on top of that crane area if it is still up. It looks like it might be, so they have the opportunity to stay at a ton of height and make this as problematic as possible for FN Esports. They have respawn back in. This is the approach, going on that bounce pad. They're getting in there almost immediately. As I said, that crane is still up. And look at where all of Fnatic are. They're staying very close to this cash out. But this is how this site tends to play out. It is a very close quarters combat, and now Gunki going on a bounce pad, bringing the rest of his teammates up to the height. This is a good advantage, but look at this. They can't spot anybody out. Fnatic has hidden. They've bounced back in there, and they've bundled up into a corner, but look at this. The engagement kicking right off. Raimkey getting a kill right off the bat. TT taking a ton of damage, but Young going at it, wants to try and hold this, but surely he can't do it as he goes down, and Fnatic take the best of 3 over FN Esports. What an amazing way to wrap up that 3 versus 3. I was really kind of rooting for FN Esports because they showed us an amazing performance. There were several times there, especially on that hospital cash out, where they just jumped in there, played it perfectly, got the entry, found it, and just capitalized on it. That is what makes a really good team, in my opinion. So that's not to say anything about what Fnatic just pulled off, because they pulled it off against a really good team. It's like they might have been a little bit of a heavier hitter as well, with a few more kills to their name. But again, overall, it's really close. And yeah, I wish that I could get Walt's thoughts here, but we'll pull him back on the mic in a little bit. I can continue to yap here as we go back to, I guess, our camera overview. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody at home. Hope you're enjoying it. And thanks for choosing us over the mainstream. Hopefully we're more entertaining, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, we both have Ospoos shirts, so that's all you need. Hopefully. Yeah, Ospoos in it. I'm Ospoos in it. But you know who wasn't Ospoos in it? FN Esports. And Waltz, I'll let you chat about what you just saw.
Yeah, I was
FN Esports actually did a really good job, you were saying, in that match, which I thought was really neat. There was a really cool play on that second cash out. Something they did that I don't see a lot of teams do was they used the uptime of the gateway. And I think that was really interesting because normally teams will just put the gateway down and then you go through it. And you don't really care about how long the gateway is up. But what happened in that fight was Gunhee sat far away and essentially created a crossfire while his team went through the gateway and took a close quarters engagement, which normally would mean that the heavy then can't get to the rest of the team and can't help out. But then he sends the RPG from downtown, right? Gets that long-range RPG. That was beautiful. They get a kill, and as soon as they get a kill, he goes through the gateway, and all of a sudden, they're three right next to each other when Fnatic thought that they were actually separated. They didn't realize the heavy could be there in a matter of seconds. And they were close while also being on opposite sides of the bridge, which I thought was really cool. But as soon as they got to the under construction area, Fnatic were in control. That's the aiming of Fnatic is what they're known for. It's what they are incredible at. Nagos especially is just an exceptional aimer. And then getting up close, like that under construction site up there on top of Seoul is just an incredibly difficult place to push to. It is nigh on impossible to get up there if you are not in control. So as soon as they were able to take that cash out and steal it, it was very, very difficult for FN to get that back. So FN are going to drop down. We're actually going to follow FN. Actually, no, we're not going to follow FN yet. So we're going to head to the losers of that previous match, actually, as we get into the next matchup, which is going to be Five Fears versus Team Secret. So this is an elimination match. I don't know. We were probably going to have to take a quick break because obviously they are at the LAN, so they have to go ahead and set their stuff up. So I'm sure we will be going to a short break on this one. Yeah, so Secret versus Five Fears will be the next matchup. So we're going to have a quick break while they set things up. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Or if you do, go to the mainstream and then make sure to come back because we'll be sitting right here and we will be watching that matchup and seeing who will be eliminated. Will Secret stay in the tournament or will they go out incredibly early and upset everybody's predictions? We'll find out very soon. We'll be right back. Five Fears versus Secret. Teams are in the lobby. We're going to be starting it in just a second. So you don't have to look at me for too long, which is fortunate because I am not the prettiest thing. We could go look at the mainstream where there are, where Artie is over there, Jerry is over there. You know, we're good-looking people. But we're going to be watching Secret versus Five Fears. Not the situation anybody expected Secret to be in. That's 2 cash outs in a row that they've lost. They lost their first cash out match. That's how they got here into the B stream. And they lost their second cash out match, which got them here to an elimination. Now, fortunately for them, they can't be eliminated in cash out, at least not yet. So they have a chance to at least make it through. If they win this, then they have another match. They have another 3v3. So at this point, they're in a gauntlet. Now, you lose 2 cash out matches. You now have to win 2 3v3 best of 3s to make it to phase 2 and to have a chance at qualifying. There's no qualifications yet. They have to wait a while. So it's a long day for them. They have possibly they may end up having the longest journey of almost any other team, right? Because of where they are now, the number of matches they're going to be playing. So I'm going to jump into it. Vitor, Ricardo, Noose, the Five Fears. Five Fears, a team that we saw perform. They're potentially controversial team, right? Like, they performed really well in cash out. They used smokes. They used goo. They used things that people considered potentially cheese strategies, you know, running things that are not necessarily considered good, but can, you know, just very, very able to, like, abuse those things. And so they succeeded that way, and they made it through, but they struggled in 3v3. And I wonder if we're going to see the same thing bear out here. Starting on Bernal, this is exceptionally good for Secret. Secret love Bernal. This is their map. I'm a little surprised that we didn't get a ban from Five Fears. Because honestly, this is the map the Secret want. A lot of long-range engagements here. A little bit of FAMAS action with that hollow sight here from Alex. OG actually make it onto the thing. It would be an absolute shame if OG made it all this way only to go out here. So I hope that we see more from him. But it's that we already have to say goodbye to a team. These teams have been working towards this for years at this point. It has been blood, sweat, and tears. So many games, so far to come, so many miles of actual travel. And to be out in just a few matches. You could be out in 4 matches if this goes to a 2-game series. So one of these teams does have to go home. A little bit of gateway use there. Nice play by Secret. They actually put down the gateway. They baited Five Fears to running away from the cathedral, and now they're back over. They're going to plug it B. A really nice play there from Secret to go ahead and completely juke out the enemy, but Five Fears are right at it with their own gateway play. They're going to go ahead and drop on top. There's the plug. They have the ceiling open, but they weren't quite in time to catch Secret since there was a throw into the drop. So as they sit now, Five Fears do have the high ground. Secret obviously wants to be on the high ground, but at this point, eventually Five Fears have to drop. And I think what you're going to see here is you're going to see Secret wait for Five Fears to drop. They're going to jump onto the high ground and look for the damage onto whoever is trying to steal. Eventually something has to give. Five Fears are the ones on the clock here. And there we go. There they go. Ricardo dropping down. Damage from the side. OG does take some damage from Noose, the light of Five Fears, as they finally engage. RPG goes out, but doesn't connect a lot. Witching missing from both teams. There, finally catches one. Roma takes down one member, though. Alex takes a second. 2 members down for Five Fears. Looking for the last member, Vitor. He's so low. They're going to just play with him for a little bit. Again, keeping him alive. He has to go find some way to find a barrel, anything to reset, get a team wipe, because they're going to keep him alive. Finally finds a barrel. He's able to reset, but that is a costly stagger. And you're going to see teams do this a lot in 3v3s. When you get a team down to its last member, if you have all 3 or sometimes even 2, the chances of him winning a 1v3 when you all have full health is absolutely nil. There's no chance of it happening, so they're just going to let him suffer and make sure they can run out that clock. 30 seconds left. Five Fears on an absolute just run right now. There's that Vanish Bomb. Gets him close. He gets the gateway down, but it drops at the same time that you have an instant revive with those defense. Throws the goo, but the high ground is just shredding them right now. Roma looking for the third. They're immediately melting everyone, even though there was the revive onto Noose. He was just fodder for the enemy at that point. Ricardo gets taken out. Amazing stuff from them. Noose ran into a balloon on his dash, and unfortunately it did put him directly into the eyes of Secret. So not something you want to see, not what you want to have. And yeah, no, it's Not going great for 5 years at this point, and I know the kills are going to go ahead and reflect that as well. It has been a bit of a stomping from Team Secret. It's only been one cash out, and already I feel like they are just in control of this, really playing 5 years like a fiddle at this point. You can see the strategies they've developed on this point, and also why that church is such a powerful cash out and why it's so difficult to get in there. Vault tapped by 5 Fears. Secret have been here for a while, but didn't feel like doing it, and it's interesting that 5 Fears did not choose to engage. Secret could just nab this. Now, Roma is running invis. Something we haven't seen a lot of. There's a jump pad with the... No, they put the jump pad underneath the awning, and they just hit the awning. That'll come absolute disaster for them as they try to run outside. They have to back out now. Tail between their legs, turn and run. Unable to take that high ground. And Alex, with that FAMAS, is just sitting on the high ground, waiting for them to poke their head out. Ricardo, a bit separated from his team right now. Just a waiting game at this point. Everyone's sort of sitting. 5 Fears know that if they try to move this without clearing out Secret, they're just going to be finding themselves in a difficult situation. In a worst case scenario, we sit here for the next 15 minutes and Secret just, you know, never let 5 Fears leave. But something has to give. There it is. They finally made the choice. But the goo tower was built so high, even though they thought they had the high ground, the goo tower just gave Secret even more high ground. They had the higher ground, instantly wiped 5 Fears. And again in control of this vault. Nice plays from Secret showing why they love Bernal so much. They're going to rush over to C, plug that. We could have a very quick 2-0 on our hands. Match continues to progress. Here comes the respawn from 5 Fears. Bernal has very predictable spawns. Not as predictable as some maps, Fortune and Skyway. Being maps that are very abusable in their spawns. It's harder to do that on Bernal. It's harder to kind of dictate those spawns, but you at least know where people are going to be coming from. Big RPG coming out from Ricardo. Does a lot of damage to Alex and Roma as he's keeping Vitor with that F-car. Looking to go ahead and keep people down from range. Vitor needs to survive. He's at half health himself. Gets his heavy back on top of things. Everybody at full half health on Secret. The RPG completely reset in terms of damage right now as they drop. Again, 5 Fears constantly on the low ground. Unable to take away the high ground from Secret. He goos his own heavy off. There's the winch pulling that cash out into a new position. But the miscommunication there means that all the walls they put up basically did nothing, and Secret don't even have to push. They may have to wait for that winch to recharge at this point, but it's a longer cooldown when you hit a cash out. There was a glitch grenade down. He's fishing. He thinks there's somebody, but no hit markers, so he knows there's nobody on the roof right now. Winched again. Ricardo takes so much damage. The C4 popped, and he goes down. OG with the RPG finishes off. There goes the second. It's all on Vitor, and he melts as well. Everybody getting their bit of the pie. And with only about 40 seconds left, it is going to be an uphill battle for 5 Fears to finish this off. Team Secret running roughshod through this match right now. Just 5 Fears unable to do anything, and this is kind of 0 kills, Rio. That is a bunch of goose eggs over here, you know. At least with the price of eggs right now, 5 Fears are pretty happy with that. You know, there's a lot of zeros, a lot of eggs out there. They might make some money. Maybe they won't make money from the tournament if they get eliminated first like this, but you know, could be okay. They are on their final push now. Enough time to get a steal, but it's going to be tough, especially with C4. And look at that defensive setup. Everything on the point. He has to go for the steal, but Ricardo, he's down to 0 health. He's been eliminated. Noose did get a return. There's actually 2 members dead on Secret. It's all on Alex. But Vitor with no health. Alex finishes off with the 2-piece. He clutches it out for his team, and that's going to be them taking the first map. Bernal going the way of Secret as they look to keep themselves alive in the Grand Major. Whew, all right, yeah, so that was a pretty good match. I mean, it was a good match for Secret. It wasn't a great match for 5 Fears. 5 Fears need to figure out how to actually get some kills here. They did get a couple kills there towards the end of the game, so they were able to figure out something out. It really started, Noose getting a pick onto Roma was a huge part of that, making sure that he's not keeping them pinned down. But Secret being very slippery in these matches. They were not making it easy for anybody. And, you know, they're going to have to figure out, at least they're not going to be on Bernal. Again, Bernal, a secret heavy map. But I'm going to hand it over to Rio, because I know Rio has some thoughts, and he didn't get to say them. And, you know, that way he gets to cast our next match. So I'm going to hand it over to Rio. And, Rio, what you got?
Oh boy, what do I got? What do I got indeed? It's really fun when I get thrown to analyze a match that had a total of 1 kill. At least from one team. So I have a lot of thoughts, but a lot of them escape me because, I need kills. Kills are what feed the brain, and I just didn't see enough of them in that battle. So I don't know. I really feel like I have this like internal debate whether teams really struggle on maps or if it's a team issue, and I hate to point to examples like that where I think that it's a map thing where they really just don't know a map and the other team is better at the map. And I think that's what we're seeing in just a dominant performance by Secret. I know, talking to Artie, that they really do love Bernal and they wanted to play it as much as possible. So they do have kind of the next level strategies. But to get that much of a dominating performance, it's impressive, and it to me screams that you do have more map knowledge. It isn't just a mistake on your team's side or just a little bit of jitters or something. It is just that wealth of knowledge that you're going up against a team that just might not have made it this far. It's just surprising. It's very interesting to me. And do we know the next map that we're going to? We're not sure. Yeah. So I'm going to take a guess, and I'm going to say Fortune Stadium.
You just want it to be.
I know I do, but I still, I can guess, all I want. Yeah, shout out to everybody that was in the meet and greet. Yeah, I'm sure that they're probably, maybe there's one person that's sick in their hotel room, just be like, I miss Waltz and Rio. I gave out 75 yesterday, and I have, I think, maybe 60 left.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, let's find out if Team Secret are able to continue their dominating performance, or if Five Fears can show us that they have a little bit to play for. As we have loaded into good old Monaco for this next battle. Vault 1 has been spawned. They're ready to go for it. There is some rooftop battles happening right now, but this is very common. Do I see a sniper? Noose has brought out a sniper, which was part of the strategy way back in the day. So it's kind of cool to see him going back on that. And to date, I think one of the first times I've seen a sniper being used in pro gameplay in about a year. So that's really cool in my opinion. And sometimes, as we've seen with these other teams that just bring in something weird, like the APAC region teams, they bring in something that's unheard of or just not seen, like the Thermal 4 or anything like that. And it just makes it that much more chaotic for these other teams to figure out what's going on. And even in this first battle, no team has really lost a lot of health. It's a very poke and prod kind of meta right now, especially on this map. And Alex trying to find any shot that he can with that repeater, but now decides to go straight for him, throwing down that goo, but he took a ton of damage on that push. Luckily, his light player able to heal him right back up, and he's rocking that repeater, trying to find his next target. They do go down into that cathedral. Vault 1 has been opened. Now it has been grabbed by Ricardo. This is their opportunity. In all honesty, just in this first minute and a half of this map, I'm seeing a better Five Fears than I did in the last one. So far it's a little bit promising. They're going to get the plug. This cash out is on the top of the rooftop, so you can winch claw off on the side, or you can just drop it down a few layers. And I think that that's what they're going to opt for, as they have now pushed off to the left-hand side of this map. There is that sniper in play as well. I want to see a headshot. Come on, give me a headshot. Let's find one, but here come Team Secret. They have decided to bounce pad over. They've taken a little bit of damage on the approach, but now they are getting kills after kills. They've got Ricardo down, and it looks like they have the next one in their sights, but they have gotten a res right back off of that. They pushed it off into a little bit of corner, but here come Team Secret. Alex went down in that first engagement. This is looking good, honestly, for Five Fears. Can they get the second kill? They do, and it is all on Roma, the last remaining member, as he does climb up into that building, goes in Viz, forcing himself to kind of crawl away from that engagement. But right now, we have doubled the kills that we saw in the last map. So I don't know. It's turning into more of a map thing. I think that maybe Five Fears just didn't have a good plan on Bernal and have figured something out here. Can they hold on to this for a little bit longer. That is the real game here. They have held control. They've run it down more than halfway there. They're setting up in the exact same spot as they did last time. You can see a gateway as well. There might have been a light. I can't tell on this little screen, but it was a gateway or a light off in the corner, ready for their escape, or I guess brightening in the dark area. But now that cash out is dropped down one floor. It falls onto one of those cube things, and it does stop it and drop a little bit. But right now, here come Secret. They want to try and get the flip. They're going directly for it. They're holding on. Cash out does drop down. All of 5 Fears are here, dropping that glitch grenade, bringing those dome shields down. Roma trying to connect his shots on anybody, but going down in that battle, all of Team Secret got wiped. What is happening? This is a complete turnaround from what we saw in the last map. It is quite shocking, and it does not feel like the same team. Maybe there was some amazing communication going on in between those maps, some amazing hype gameplay, teammates, I don't know, bonding, whatever happened. But yeah, that was a good turnaround. Now the real question is can they hold control? They are getting close to Vault 2, so they should be able to maintain this control, at least get the tap, and then hold off Team Secret. Team Secret has the low ground here as they're making their approach, but surely they're about to bounce pad up to the top, get onto that rooftop with the rest of them. But as I say that, they elbow their way through that window, and now Alex is running away. He has the gateway in hand, so he is ready to maybe get the tap on the Vault and then bounce out of there, but they're going very slow. They do know that 5 Fears is right above them, and a lot of damage has been rained down on them as they made that first approach, but they did get the first tap on it. So Secret finally holding control of this vault, and look at this high ground as well. Taking some good shots off by Vitor, and he's really looking for that next kill. He's pushing in real close, but oh, that RPG going off, dealing a ton of damage, and he's going down. Moving over now to OG. He's looking for his next victim, and he gets noosed down in that. There is only one remaining on 5 Fears. Ricardo somewhere in the map taking a ton of damage, and he goes down as well. OG surviving on just a sliver, but his teammate right there to heal him back up, and they have won this vault fight. They'll be able to take this anywhere they'd like. I'm betting C might be the perfect spot to plug this, and I think that that is where they will go. Moving this cash out there, there's a gateway set up for him. Alex riding onto that, going straight through, getting the plug, and immediately blowing up the roof. Not sure what blew that up. It might have been a red barrel or something like that, but there is the sniper getting one shot. It deals a ton of damage, and basically if you can get one shot off on a light, it puts them away for at least 8 seconds. But as I say that, Ricardo, being the only remaining member, is getting chased down, having to throw the goo behind him as he retreats, hopefully letting his teammates coin in. But boy, OG is on a warpath. He does not want Ricardo to get away, and not just OG, but the rest of Secret are here. They've completely abandoned the cash out to get the kill. I gotta say it, that's a great play because they got the wipe. They bought up a lot of time on that chase, and they bought themselves even more time with that wipe. So smart plays. You know, I've had a lot of conversations with Artie. He has been working with this team a ton, and he felt so good when OG was able to come towards this tournament that he is confident as everything in their team. And honestly, from the performance I'm seeing so far, it's looking really good. But they have to get this cash out and the next one if they want to take this first map. Taking some shots off. Alex has some good aim with that, but he just needs to connect a few more of them. Was he tracking darted? I think he might have been, or that might have just been a sonar grenade, but that's okay, as Alex is going to res his teammate. He was going to go for the defib, but instead goes for the long res, saving those defibs for the next battle, because right now 5 Fears just on one member, staying on top of that cathedral rooftop. Not the best place to be, but he does have a sniper, which I don't know. I can't even say how effective that will be because I don't see it. And I think I've seen Noose run sniper a total of 0 times before this, so it's exciting for everybody, but he has bought himself and his teammates enough time to coin back into this. but not enough time to go for the cash out. So we will definitely take it towards cash out number 3 as Vault 3 has been spawned. But these teams are getting very close to each other, and we might see one more engagement before that happens. There's some C4 going off on the rooftop. RPG as well, trying to connect with all of 5 Fears, but didn't really hit. But there goes Ricardo as OG continues to chase them down. He spots down his next victim, dealing a good amount of damage, chasing him into that stairwell, decides to re-intercept him on the path downward. Good little barrel as well, breaking it down. I can see some good communication happening from these teammates. They are working really well together. They need to find a way to capitalize on the next vault. It seems that they have lost a little bit of their attention, and they need to refocus it because they're still hunting 5 Fears, but 5 Fears is quite a ways away, so it's not really that advantageous to continue this engagement. Bail out, go get the tap, and then re-engage. But as I say this, OG, one of the most aggressive heavy players, is just continuing to live up to that. He wants to be aggressive, he wants to get these kills, and I can just smell it that he doesn't want to be defeated. Smell it, I don't know why I said that is not what I meant to say, but we're going to continue going. When you talk a lot, you say a lot of fun things. But things have just kind of slowed down here. Secret do have the tap on the vault. I'm not sure if they have a gateway set up to bring that over there, but they have control of it. And going over towards the crane in the middle, OG has a great vantage spot, but he is pushed off of it as Noose takes his first shot at him, forcing him off of that crane there. Now, Vault 3 has been plugged. It's all coming down to this. Right now, Secret is in control of it. Time is starting to tick away. And Vitor set up on the bottom of this stairwell. He doesn't want to be spotted out just yet, but he's waiting for maybe the rest of his teammates to coin in. But New still has 13 seconds, and that is going to make it an incredibly uphill battle for them, not to mention the literal uphill battle since they are so far down below as well. So a bit shocking, bit difficult, but there we go. He has coined back in. All of his teammates are here. They're going to regroup and go for this. They might only have one decent push for this. They're starting to make their approach right now. This cash out is on the middle level. They've been spotted out, and immediately Vitor takes a lot of damage. He has continuing his push with the rest of his teammates. He's got that healing beam if he needs to switch out from it. But reloading his gun, he is switching back to it. They do lose Noose, unfortunately, in that. I'm starting to think that that sniper rifle might not have been the best pick for this match. But there they go, climbing up the staircase, and oh my god, Roma just deletes it with the 93R. They're continuing to battle it out, trying to get any sniper shot off he can, but it is down to just Noose. He is not dying yet, and they're just letting him suffer, keeping him healed up. They even need to use him as well. What they're doing right now is they're just making sure that the clock runs out as much as possible. Because even with that 20 seconds on there, I am not sure that the spawn will be good enough for anybody from 5 Fears to make a last second push on the clock. So it's going to come down to it, and yeah, maybe they'll have a tiny chance, but as we're watching it now, it is not likely as time is running away from them. And they're not even spawning in. So that is going to be it. Secret, take it. 5 Fears are out. Wow, that was the elimination too. Whew. 5 Fears, though, I have to say, played way better than they did in the last match. I don't know what happened into that one, but they at least showed that they deserve to be on the board with Team Secret. So good to see. They did get more kills, a ton more, but OG, the heavy player with 11 kills, he was just tracking them down. And it was funny because his teammates just let him. They were just like, go OG, fly my pretty. Chase down those enemies from 5 Fears and delete them as quick as you can. Really entertaining to see. I love when a heavy pops off like that. And Waltz, we're gonna pass it off to you now.
Yeah, you know, I did say that people should maybe try bringing out something a little unique out there, and it, you know, Noose brought the sniper rifle. Looked like it kind of worked for a minute there. I have gone on record. I've gone on record a lot, and I've said that I think that somebody's going to come along eventually, and sniper is going to become a genuinely good weapon in somebody's hands. I think it is an incredibly powerful weapon. It's the ability to just delete a light with a headshot. There's very few things that can do that. And even like the BFR, still the BFR, so powerful as a weapon. Putting that in the hands of a light, even more range, more damage. It is something special, but it didn't quite seal the deal here. And you could kind of see, Five Fears. Noose had a moment there where he realized it's over. They kind of got trounced, unfortunately. But it was a good run. They put a lot into getting here. I think Five Fears were really banking on their cash out ability, and teams prepared. You could see in previous matches the sonar grenades, teams running things that they normally don't run, specifically because they were expecting some odd cash out stuff from 5 years. And so when 5 years had sort of the hallmark of their strategy taken away from them, they were based on 3v3, and that has always been their weakest part. I know a lot of these players, Ricardo and Deuce, have been around for a little bit here, and so it's hard to see. But it does mean Secret stay alive, and now they're going to play FN Esports, who did just lose to Fnatic. They've had a minute to watch this match. They've had a minute to watch and see how Secret play. And so Secret about to go through their second elimination match. So we will have a quick break. We're going to be here, but I want to give a thank you to everybody who is watching the B stream. Thank you for coming over and checking this out, where all of the elimination matches are happening. We only have a single mic. We only have a single headset. I do apologize again if you're wondering why it's a little bit off. The B stream is a very last minute addition. We were not expecting to be on the B stream at first due to scheduling issues. We have to make sure that there is another stream because we want everybody to be able to see every match if you so desire. So that's where we are right now. We're going to have Secret versus FN Esports in just a moment. Thank you very much. We're going to head to a break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the B stream. My name is Rio, and I'm joined by Waltz, who hopefully has a mic right now.
Let's see. I'm going to talk like it is. I'm going to pretend it is. We don't have a ton of info on the back end, so if it's not working, let us know. We'll do some more troubleshooting. We did, there's some wires. I started pulling stuff out.
Yeah.
I think I did something.
Good. Yeah, and you know what? ESL totally loves us when we just mess with all of their stuff, turn on and off their computers, unplug the hardware, whatever we really need, because that's what we're here for. We're here to make sure that you guys have a wonderful stream. But with that, we already watched one elimination match today, and a little bit heartbreaking, honestly. But Team Secret really strong and showed us that they weren't going to go home.
Yeah, no, Secret, they're not done yet. They have to take out FNE's spots.
Yep.
So they have one more best of 3 to do. So, we're going to be looking to get into that one in just a few moments. Let's see obviously we don't have the map bands here, but we are in the match. Rio, lead us in.
All right, we have FN Esports versus Team Secret, two of the teams we have seen so far today, ready to get at it one more time. Gunhee rocking the revolver. Gotta love it. It is such a high skill weapon. It's the gun that I've actually started using lately and quite enjoy it. So I enjoy when I see somebody else running it as well. And Waltz, is your mic working?
I haven't received confirmation that it's not.
Okay, so we're gonna assume that it is.
But it might not be the loudest, so I'll try and talk up a little bit. I'll try and be loud. We'll see. If it isn't, production will let me know. But for the moment, we do have Secret coming in, going up against FN Esports. I would be sad.
Yeah, that's okay. We're gonna just run it down, and I'm gonna pass off my mic to Waltz.
All right. Sorry about that, everyone. We are unfortunately going to have to listen to me for a little bit longer, a little bit of a solo cast, but we do have some people that will be able to show up and do a little bit more assistance soon. So we'll be able to do some troubleshooting for you. Jumping back into the match, though, the first kill's actually coming out on the side of FN Esports, doing some work on Roma. Roma is solo, 2 HP left. Just a hope and a dream alive for him. He's going to go ahead and get the revive as OG takes out TT. It's a defib. He's going to go ahead and bring him back into Fighting Sheep, but OG has gone down for his sins. They're getting chased right now. Everyone's very low on the side of FN Esports, but Team Secret pushing their advantage, trying to capitalize on the damage that was done. Do get a defib as they push in. Another one dead. 2 bite the dust. FN Esports with 2 left. TT, he jumps into the air, but there's not enough bullets in the magazine. He's able to survive for a little bit longer as Myungtan does get blown up by Alex. He has to run away. 74 HP. He has to be reviving now. TT, he pushed with no HP! You're not that strong! And unfortunately, he goes down. The drop. Oh, the destruction! He fell. He wasn't able to get the long res when he wanted to. 12 seconds left, and this does mean that they're not going to have the defensive setup they want to. He's going for a long res on both of them. OG going to run up and go for a steal. By the time they flip this, FN will be spawning back in. Yes, the flip is going to go in the way of Secret, but they can't defend this very easily. He's probably going to try and winch this outside, but there comes FN into the waiting arms of FN as they come actually from the perfect side. A lot of damage goes into Secret already. RPG taking Alex right in the face as they chase after that damage now, looking to capitalize. They might even be able to just go for a steal. They had to back up. They're going to drop down and look to that as on the high ground. Myungtan has a gateway, ready to help his team out. C4 drops, does some damage, but not enough. There's a barrel that didn't explode, has the heal beam, the healing infuser, doing a lot. They're just keeping the team at full health. Dropping around the side. Alex and Roma still in control, still have the sight lines. The goo doesn't do nearly what they wanted it to. Roma takes out Myungtan. The light's already gone. Looks at the defib. TT himself. He's getting quite low. They need to get the heals, but they can't. They can't keep him on top of things. It's only Gunhee who wants to get one. He looks for the second, but he can't not do it. Team Secret with another wipe. We're going to hold on to this first cash out. Waiting for Rio to chime in, and I realize he is not able to do so because we have the one mic. But we'll keep working on it again. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in, and that's things. But we appreciate you guys here. We do appreciate you, and it's been nice to have you. So we're doing some casting on solo casts are fun. Solo casts are fun. They're a little bit different energy. Secret definitely bring in the energy to these matches. This is a gauntlet of elimination matches right now, and they are very clearly not done yet. They want to make it back onto the mainstream. If they win this match, they get into phase 2. They have another chance to get to a qualification match. They just have to get their cash out wins in here. Playing around this vault, keeping themselves alive right now. There comes FN pushing in, but Gunny already taking a lot of damage. The dome shields are down as they use the cover of that to push even further in. Gunny goes down, TT's down, Myung 10 is close to follow, and Team Secret with an immediate wipe. Not missing a beat. It was looking good for FN right there at the beginning when they could get them into a scrappy fight. The second that Secret is in a position where there's not a... If they can be in a position where there's not an immediate win for them, there's not an immediate pick onto a FN player. FN have been really scrappy in their fights. They've been really good at keeping people around, keeping them alive, but Team Secret not letting them get those advantages anymore. Their positioning has gotten a lot better. OG holding the vault there. You can see he has that over on his screen. You'll see that vault indicator by his name. Doing what we kind of call dribbling a little bit as he drops that, picks it back up again, you know, just something to do, something to keep you occupied. It looks like Secret might also just be waiting for FN to show up right now. So, team in the orange trunks, they're playing real. They don't want to get spotted. They're crouching right now. They're walking around. And Secret say, yeah, you can come to us, you know, like we'll sit here for 15 minutes. We don't need to do anything, you know. They're if we end now, they are up. So they're going to be able to do something. Going to be interesting to see where this goes. Eventually, they have to make a movement. FN Esports have to know that Team Secret. It's just a waiting game. Team's just waiting it out right now. Got to figure out where they want to push to. They might put a pad down and try to get close. And Secret, yeah, you said, you know, it might look boring, but they're going through the wall. Immediately they get spotted by Secret. Secret were ready for that. How could they have known? OG takes down Youngtan. The light is already gone. FN Esports scrambling, but they do take out Alex, looking for their wife. Oh, two down with the revolver. It's got he and TT. They're looking to go ahead and take out OG 1v2. Can he clutch this out? Can he do it? But the dome shield is down. He's playing in the dome shield. He gets picked up. That's two in a row. Gunny saving the day with his revolver. TT finishes off his heavy counterpart, and they've taken the vault away. A nice play from FN there, able to go ahead and put their names into the scoreboard for the first time. And look at that, 6 kills on Gunny. The revolver is hitting right now, and he is making this work. This is the sort of thing. Oh, look at that. Nice play. Nice play from him. Using that jump pad well. They're going to go ahead and get this plug. Gets the toss in there. We would never see this level of play from them if we had to play online. You know, this sort of thing only works when you get them here, you get them on low ping, and taking out Secret, that's not an easy task, as we've seen many, many times, and we saw 5 Fears struggle to do so. Now, FN Esports, they have a chance to pull that. This is game number 1. Game number 1 of this best-of-3 series, and this is an elimination match. Secret could be eliminated here. They pulled this out. Look at the way that he winched that in. They actually brought it to the roof, but it drops down. He's unable to finish the steal. They have to look for the drop all the way into the point now. With the dome shield down, they're chasing after TT. He's gone low. He has his own dome, but he does get punished for that. 2 down in a row. Gunny is also down. The revolver there, no more. Secret healing Alex back up. He goes down, actually. Youngted, the light, he's isolated by himself. Gateway to get himself away. He escapes for the moment. He comes back through. He's being chased by OG left, right, and center. Can he get away? He has the door there. Breaks the sight lines. Get through. He cannot do it. Roma catches him. And with that flip, now FN Esports in a very dangerous situation. They're only going to have 30 seconds to get this cash out as soon as this is over. Flip going to go through there. I love that play by Secret. Finding a way, use a creative use of these jump pads, bringing the cash out onto the roof. A cash out that they don't even own. Almost got the steal, but FN almost pulled out a defense there. Secret have been so good at playing the high ground, so good at claiming these commanding positions, even going so far as to sometimes use massive, massive goo towers to make sure that they cannot have that range height advantage taken away from them. And now FN, they're struggling to get close. Myung10 took so much damage trying to get there, and they're so split. TT's by himself. Gunny pushing in, but he doesn't have a heal beam. He has a DMAT. There's nothing he can do to help his team right now. The goo is there. He has to try for this now. The C4 is going to break some goo, but they have to go for the steal. They have to jump on this. It has to happen right now, but the dome shield is there. He does take out OG, but the return is back, and it's Secret in commanding position. Taking that in another 2 cash outs. They have not yet dropped a cash out in these elimination matches, I believe. Well, actually, no, they dropped 1. They dropped 1 against 5 Fears, and they against the sniper. But it is that means they are 1 match away from being out of this elimination bracket. They are very, very close now to surviving this. And look at that score screen. Pretty. even honestly, everybody on the side of Team Secret was putting in their piece of work. Everybody with about the same combat, about the same kills. But on the side of FN Esports, it really was the Gun He show. Running with that revolver, his teammates just couldn't quite put everything together. And TT with a couple questionable decisions there. I'm thinking about that first team fight when he ran forward on what had to be like 20 HP. And Alex was still at 75. Like, yeah, you got SA-12. That's a couple shots, but you're not feeling healthy on that when one burst from a FAMAS is going to take you out. So maybe he was worried that he was going for a long res, but I feel like the decision making has just not been there for FN Esports today.
All right, no, and I basically am here to say I agree with everything that Waltz just said, because that was a great way of summing it up. FN Esports just seem to be struggling to find their footing in there, but at the same time, Team Secret being an incredibly strong team. I'm honestly amazed that they found themselves in this lower bracket, but they're definitely proving themselves that they don't belong here, and they are basically one map away from proving that themselves, getting back out of the elimination bracket and back into the battle. So we have at least one more map coming up, but yeah, I want to talk about the other team and the fact that they are running Deagles and DMAT, which I think is a wonderful combo, and we saw the DMAT being used again. Like, it has just been completely gone in the scene since it got nerfed, and I love that we have a whole region that's basically like, it didn't get nerfed, or it didn't get nerfed enough. Like, it's still just this really versatile gadget and ability that you can use to just turn a wall invisible and just go through it and bring over whatever you need to, and it just helps with that traversal and just moving across the map, and I love it. And I see so many times that in the current scene that they seem to be struggling moving around the map, and you have a team like this with FN Esports where they come in and they just seem to have a good movement around it, and the finals is so movement based that I think it's just a critical thing that I really don't understand the complete switch to healing beam from the DMAT. So it's really kind of interesting to see, but we have one more attempt by FN Esports to show us that they can battle against the Titan that is Team Secret. And we have loaded into Bernal, which I do have a feeling that Bernal is one of the Team Secret's stronger maps, but we'll have to see how FN Esports does. This might be their map pick, they might not be, I'm not entirely sure, but we have gotten started, we've loaded into the map, Vault 1 has been spawned, Team Secret has the little bit of advantage on that first vault. They'll go over and get that tap set up, and we see Gung-Hee rocking the revolver, trying to find a shot off, any shot off that he can. Reloading it now, ready to go for it, but this is pretty typical. We're going to see just a slowdown, a rooftop battle as both teams poke and prod. They do know what's at stake here, so there's a lot to play for. And now it seems that Team Secret have gobbled up the vault, running away from it, but immediately an RPG goes off at OG's feet, but he gets healed right back up it. TT grabs the vault, but a little bit questionable as he goes for a winch claw, but all of them go through a gateway before that winch claw can go off. They're now pulling Vault 1, and TT will take this vault. Team Secret basically let them have it. They were not going to go for that fight. It was not in their favor, so they're just going to take it and run with it. They're going to run with FN Esports and try and catch up to them, maybe intercept them, maybe force them to go towards a different cash out. They are taking the long approach towards cash out B, which is on the Cathedral, the best spot in the entire map. This is exactly what I was talking about. Roma was set up. He's ready to intercept. He dealt a ton of damage, and Young goes down in that first engagement, looking to heal his teammates back up. It's all on Gung-Hee, and he can't make it happen. Team Secret have intercepted the vault. They're gonna get the plug. They're gonna the timer started as well, and have plenty of time to set up all of their defenses for the oncoming push by FN Esports. The FN Esports still has about 5 seconds left before they coin back in, and we're seeing Team Secret on their setup right now. They're staying very close onto this rooftop. They're not wanting to leave it. In fact, they're climbing even closer towards the top. Roma staying closer out there. He's ready to intercept and be the first person to deal some damage as soon as they approach. The FN Esports seem to be going down, going the long road down. They don't want to expose themselves any bit through the open. So there's an RPG, wasting it to drop that cash out down. That might have been a good move, but they're throwing down also an APS turret. You don't see that used a ton as well, staying in this little APS circle there, dealing a ton of damage, but Myung went down. TT gets a kill on the return, but it is all on Gun Key and TT. Now it's just TT with a sliver of HP, but there is that APS ready to eat them, and TT's going for the long res, unable to get it. He pushes in, he might get this kill. They need to get it, but no! TT gets downed with Roma surviving on 1 HP in that battle. Heartbreaking if you are a fan of FN Esports, because they almost pulled out that battle, and that could have turned the entire fight. But I'm going to keep talking because now Team Secret have plenty of time to set up their defenses. They have a little bit of time as FN Esports has spawned back in, but it looks like they even manipulated that spawn a little bit in their favor so that they pushed them further out. And look at this approach. They've got about one more push. There's that DMAT bringing in right through that building. They are not wanting to go any exposed route. They're throwing that red barrel as well. He knows he spotted one of them out. The setup right now by Team Secret is a masterclass. They have a perfect pinch, a perfect sight line on all of them, and they are just hiding this. Tons of damage going off. There goes Gun Key. Dome Shield going down from TT, trying to stay in this battle. Charging in, does get one of them, but surely can't get another. And there we go. Secret have gotten this first cash out, and they are looking good. They are one cash out away from staying in this battle and sending FN Esports packing. This is going to be intense. Vault 2 has spawned, and they are working their way over there. About 4 seconds left before FN comes back in here. This will allow Team Secret to get the tap on it. I see a gateway there as well. Not sure exactly where they're going to want to take this yet. We see A and C. C is very close, but A is further off to the right. And right now, FN Esports have spawned back in. They're starting their approach, and they are right next to this vault. And I don't even think Team Secret know this, but surely they're about to see that that gateway is set up. Everybody here now, the engagement kicking off, pulling into each other's faces. The dome shield's going down. Secret just getting one, getting two. And that is it. It's going to come down on Gun. He's getting some good damage, but not enough. At the end of that battle, all of Secret was nice and healthy. They're going to get control of this vault, get it plugged, and cash out C has started ticking away. Now they need to hold control for just under 2 minutes as it is running around. And I will just keep on going with this and look at the scoreboard. Myung only with 0 kills. Unfortunate. You really need all of your teammates to deal some damage, but here comes the approach. Bounce pad went down. I didn't see if they took it. They might have sent their light player off with it. But we're watching TT's perspective as he is charging in. He has had some really good kills in this match. He has switched off the deagles as well, and I'm not sure what made him do that, because he was hitting hard with them. But you know what? They need to change things up from time to time. And there is a bounce pad RPG going directly at OG, dealing a ton of damage, but their light player healing him right back up. All of Secret looking healthy, while FN Esports have lost 2. All again on Gun Key. He seems continually separated from his teammates, and that is not a good look as they are chasing him down. Not even that. They're letting him play out the time. He goes for the gas barrel, tries to kill himself, but they throw it away and don't let him get the kill. He is now being chased down, follows that gas barrel, and finally gets wiped. That is a brutal play by Team Secret. Honestly, just not what you want to have happen. And now FN Esports are 15 seconds away from their last push of this map, potentially. They're going to have a very dire last-second dive on the point. But look at the setup right now by Team Secret. They are ready for this. They are not going far away. They do not want to buy in. They do not want to give up any time that they want. And it is just ticking away from them. Here comes Gun Key throwing some goo, trying to get up there. The dive needs to happen right now, but look at this. There's even a bounce pad below this cash out. And even if they stuck it right now, I don't think that there is enough time. And there you have it. Secret take the map and send FN Esports packing. What an incredible set of matches. FN Esports had a few glimmers of hope throughout that entire map, but sadly, Team Secret just don't hold back. They just deleted them at every opportunity. But yeah, that was a matchup, and Team Secret have proved themselves that they don't belong in this match, in this elimination bracket. And yeah, that's where I'm going to pass it off to Waltz, because I'm sure that he has plenty of thoughts.
Yeah, I think you made a really good point there, Rio. They did not really deserve to be, and I'm not gonna say not deserve. You can't win cash outs, and you have to win cash outs to progress further. That's part of the game. But when it came to the caliber of teams in this group, there was definitely a clear divide. Fnatic did quite well. Struggled a little bit more against FN Esports than Secret did. Probably maybe says something about Fnatic potentially in terms of how maybe they'll fare against Secret. But Secret, after going through a pretty quick elimination. That's 2-0s in a row. This is the first 2-0s we've had all day. They did a good job and made sure that they proved why they're able to actually progress in this bracket. They're going to be into phase 2. So Team Secret lovers, I know everybody here is excited for OG. We had a lot of people root for OG. I know the Russian community has rallied behind him. It's exciting that he'll be able to show up. So if you like watching OG, he's not going to be on the mainstream just yet. He's going to be on the mainstream in a bit. They have some games to keep moving forward, so keep an eye out. But we do have more games coming up as well. We actually have the other half of the bracket, which is still some elimination games. So if we bring that up, the next match is going to be Vanguard, Alliance, Gen G, and Ape Squad. Vanguard, Alliance, Gen G, and Ape Squad. We're going to have a little bit of a break because they are going to be moving in to the they have to everyone has to move around. That cash out match only finished up just recently. Yeah, it's a LAN. Yeah, right. They actually have to, the players have to physically walk to their computers. It's really that's the big difference, right? That's the only difference. They have to walk. Maybe that that's what the maybe that's what some of these teams are banking on. Do you think they did cardio before this? Yeah.
My blood pressure is 160. Heart rate is higher.
Yeah. All right, but yeah, so we are going to be getting them set up. We're going to jump right into that next group, and so that is that will be again, like I said, Vanguard, Alliance, Gen G, and Ape Squad. Somebody's going to be real sad. This is Vanguard, Alliance especially, I think is the big one, right? Alliance is the big one that people would not expect to be in this group. That is not what you want to see at all. And Vanguard, definitely a team that I think people expect to do a little bit better. So there'll be a lot. We can break that down, but we will be going to a short break just so the teams can get set up, make sure they're in position, and we'll be back soon. So more cash out coming on the way to you here on the B stream for the Grand Major. We'll be back as soon as we can.
The code recalls eternally. No more games, no masquerade. Vaya's lies will be unveiled.
right, and welcome back to DB Stream for the Grand Major. We're back here in the closet out corner. We're going to bring you the next cash out match in our loser bracket elimination series. One match of cash out, and then we're going to do a bunch of best of threes. So winning this cash out means so much, because if you lose this cash out match, you're going to be going through a gauntlet of best of three. So we might have Rio's mic back.
Yeah, we're gonna test me. Hopefully, I have a few things to say. You know, I do love getting in cash out, and I love the chaos, calamity, and everything else that happens in cash, especially when you have teams that are trying to decide who they want to bring with. It's quite interesting, and I love it when it's some doubles. I know everybody's sitting on the other side. It's a hate time from time, but it makes things exciting. And when you get a cash out match with some doubles, it can be quite fun. But, yeah, I think I'm quite excited to see it, and I haven't seen the cash out in a bit. I've been kind of stuck in doing 3v3s for a little bit today, so it's going to be refreshing to get right back into it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into it. It sounds like maybe people can hear you. So that is it's a good sign. I'm hoping that's working. But yeah, cash out is very, very. It can be all over the place. Alliance is obviously the team that we're really, really going to look at. That is the.
I'm not worried about that. I don't know how they ended up here. It's unfortunate, but honestly, it's just like Team Secret. I know that they didn't win their cash out match, but still, I'm not worried. Even if for some reason they fall into the lower bracket and go into those elimination series, Alliance is so like it would be a big fault for something like that to happen.
Who knows? That's the wild thing about cash out. 2 teams only make it through, and then the rest are sent down to the grinder. So it's going to be quite brutal. But you want to go over the teams, because I know Alliance, but I'm trying to blank on the others.
So we have Vanguard, Gen G, and Ape Squad. So that is Gen G and Ape Squad, of course, being Pacolem. A lot of EU teams on this. Actually, is this an entirely EU? That's crazy. Okay, yeah. So EU. And oh my goodness, yeah, as I'm looking back at our other match as well, Fnatic, Team Secret, Alliance, Vanguard, Gen G, Ape Squad, I think that might be 6 of our 7 EU teams, Rio, that ended up in this, ended up here. If not all, no, that's all of them. That's all of them. That's all 6 teams. So every single... They beat the allegations, I'm just saying, even if they end up with... Yeah. Every single EU team has dropped into the lower bracket, which is not good. I am hoping that we can see them pull it together a little bit. This is a bit of a brutal series. 2 members of this group are going to be eliminated. Obviously, you said Alliance is going to be doing their best to make it through this, and then Vanguard is going to be the next team that I think I would expect to do pretty well. Ape Squad normally does very well in cash out, but I think Vanguard have had something they've been kind of working with.
Go the distance, but I believe that we're getting teams loaded into the lobby. I don't know if you can hear me or not, so I'm gonna try and keep this segment real short and just say, yeah,
should have the teams ready. It's funny that we have to. Not only do they have to load in the lobby, they also have to turn them on. And it's not, because that's the thing too. It's like it's not just turning on computers. They have to make sure that they're peripherals. They have to make sure that they're signed in properly. Well, they have like an entire they basically have a version of Windows with their game on it that they boot up every single time. So it's a lengthy process to get through. I mean, that's how it works on LAN. There are some delays, but we're moving forward as quickly as we can. And it's hard, right? The first of anything is always a little bit difficult. It never goes 100% smoothly.
And last night at the meet and greet, I have never met any player that was happier to be here in their life. I swear to you, it was one of my favorite people that I've met he was having the time of his life. You could tell that, you know, he might not be making it all the distance, but it was really cool to see. And not only that, but I met several people that were fans of Gen G, and they even told me that, like, yeah, I don't think they're going to win, but I love their heart, I love their spirit, and it's really cool to see.
They can no longer hear you, unfortunately. It sounded like you might have been good for a minute. So unfortunately, cannot hear you anymore. At least that's what chat's telling me. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to do a little bit more to fix it. Sorry. Yeah. Not to cut you off, but you are right. Like, this has been really special. Pac-LM was going crazy. It was a really good time. If you're hearing it vaguely, guys, it's also because I think it's being picked up on my mic. So the mics are a little bit sensitive, and so I think briefly it was working, and that's why there was a little bit of echo. So honestly, maybe we'll just try casting on the same mic, and we'll see how that level works. You know what? Since the people are taking a little bit, let's give that a shot. Here's what we're gonna do. You ready? All right. We're gonna sit like this. All right, you ready?
All right, I'm ready.
We're gonna see how the audio works on this. We're just gonna we'll sit in the middle of it. You know, we'll see how because clearly it picks it up.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. And, you know, we both have very distinct deep voices that I think might help this, but we're really relying on you, chat. This is going to turn into a very intimate session because I'm just about a foot away from Waltz's mouth. It's hard not to make out hardcore with him, but we gotta stay PG on this broadcast. And again, I think my wife's watching, so you know that might be a little difficult to explain.
All right. Okay, we're...
Is it better? It's better. It's working. Oh, God.
All right. Okay, so, beginning of that. Okay, so Gen G are a team that so we're not aware of how those matches are going because we're busy over here. But obviously they lost their cash out match, right? Gen G have been doing a lot to improve. I'm hoping we see that pay difference. Like you said, Pac-LM just happy to be here. I'm glad that there are teams that are excited about it. Yeah. I think that means a lot. And it is it's a special time, right? You know, it's a special time. We're gonna cast off of each other's screens because all right, we are finally in the game. Everyone, cash out match here, and then we move forward as quickly as we can. Also, for those of you who are watching, I don't know if drops are enabled on this one. You might need to go to the actual major stream if you just want drops, but please do stick around because these are matches with elimination at stake. The teams that you see here, there are 2 teams in this match that you will not see again in the Grand Major. They are going to be gone for good as it stands. So Gen G, already looking at this first vault, going to be looking to go up against Ape Squad, Manda, Krieger Blue, and Red Fox there. Again, all of our EU teams here going to be facing off.
Yeah, a nice little red barrel there. He hasn't thrown it off just yet. Put it down, actually, and now has the dome shield in his hand, ready to go for this engagement whenever it kicks off. And it is going into that stairwell, which is one of the worst spots for you to be in. You don't want to get caught out in there, but Pac-LM dealing a ton of damage and really where he wants to be. Now healing his teammates back up, but Gen G already looking a little bit strong in this first engagement. They need to get the last remaining member from Ape Squad down, and he will be able to get the wipe on them. But it is Krieger Blue, and he is running for his life, but it seems like that is it. Finally, a wipe happening on Ape Squad.
Bit of a breather here. Throwing that vault far across the map. Looking to plug this into B as we do have cash out match progressing. And also, I think we're going to get a slightly better mic for your quality guys as well. So thank you for working with us as Vanguard and Alliance, both of them looking to hold on to these cash outs.
Absolutely. They definitely want to hold on control. This is where they want to be right now, though. Every team is starting to make their approach. We see it going down. Cash out C. Or B, I'm sorry, ticking away, and Gen G just on the outer skirts of it. They haven't made a push just yet. They're trying to set up, maybe go for a little bit of high ground and try and spot anybody out. But Vanguard Gaming playing this really well, not exposing themselves, not letting any bit of their strategy be known. And there is the C4 blowing up on point after Noli blew it up with his gun, and now it has been dropped down, and the steal is being attempted. Nobody has stopped them. Great RPG and pulling them off of the cash out for long enough. And Vanguard Gaming
What's gone wrong?
Nice kill. Turning it around, though, is looking like it might be able to get a flip here.
Gen G doing such a good job here. They jumped in. Drex had a great RPG, but wasn't able to turn it into anything at all. But here comes Executor with that revolver. An Executor for sure. He drops that APS. He pushed them away. They got away through the gateway, but the gas actually there. The gas got triggered, and he's unable to get the flip while they're low. Now they're getting the heals back up. Gen G, 2 of them at full strength. Knowledge is still dead, but they return. They're back looking for some blood. Taikyu Joe getting onto that high ground, still in possession of this cash out. Knowledge is back up. All 3 members left, but as Taikyu Joe goes down, there's not a lot left for Gen G. They're looking to hold on to this Vanguard. Have to go for the flip. They're going to go for the steal right now. Sitting on top of it is Executor. He has that DMAT. The goo down is down. But there's a... Oh, they finally get it. They've actually gotten the flip. Gen G. Taikyu Joe is still down. Knowledge is looking to go ahead and clean them up with that revolver, but he's unable to do anything. He goes down. Pakulum goes down too. It's all on Taikyu Joe. He's the last member left. And Vanguard looks like they might have gotten this back. It looks like they are in control. They've won this cash out.
Oh my god, I can't believe that flip. I thought Vanguard Gaming had totally lost it as soon as that happened, but Gen G weren't able to hold on control, and that is just the unfortunate reality of this situation. You have to be able to get that flip and then maintain control for as long as you need. So Gen G might need to work on that just a little bit, but the next vaults have been spawned. Teams are making their way over there, but Alliance sitting in second so far. So this is where they want to be. Top 2 teams, Vanguard Gaming and Alliance. If they can hold on for a little bit longer, they will be 2 teams not going into the bottom bracket.
Alliance.
Oh no, what is happening?
Oh, he's spinning. He's spinning. We did get a pause. I wonder if that's a peripheral issue. Could be a situation, maybe a mouse bugged out or something. It's flying. Could be network issues, you know. Seeing people kind of glitch around a little bit, you know. CNS returns.
CNS.
He's holding on to that fence for dear life. Goodness gracious, look at that man.
Perfect clip. I love the gateway and how it has all the particle effects around it. Like, and there's some 0s and 1s in there too, which is just kind of a neat little fun tidbit of it. We're gonna cycle through all these teams here. Look at Manda in the air, reloading that RPG. And you can see a puff of smoke around him as well. Or maybe did he just shoot off the RPG and that's what the smoke is from? Can't tell, but we'll see as soon as they get unpaused. See an invisible person, Rapika.
Yeah, he's running. He's not even running invis actually. It might be a vanish bomb, or maybe that's a bug. So, you know, not sure.
How is he invisible? No, I can see the stain over there. You can see the invis stain.
Oh yeah, there you go. There it is. The invis stain.
Yeah, what's a better way of putting it? I mean, like it's
dust. Maybe, I don't know.
Dust. Okay.
It stains
the floor.
What do you think's in that jar? You know, where they hold the
the invis jar.
Yeah, the invis jar of invis.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably, if anything, it looks like those cocktails that they sell at gas stations. I've never been brave enough to try, but hey, we're done yapping. And maybe, chat, you can give us your best prediction of what is inside that invis bomb. But Krieger Blue popping over there from Ape Squad, dealing a ton of damage. But really trying to hold it off on the return. Gen G are here. They're turning on their back. Krieger Blue going down in that first engagement. Trying to stay in control.
It's an early plug, too, from Alliance that puts them in a really good tempo spot. The other vault isn't even close to a cash out, and that's going to be very bad for the rest of the lobby. If Alliance get in control of this, they're going to be able to choose, or not so much, I mean, they're going to be able to influence who goes through and put some pressure onto some of these other teams, and that's going to make life a lot easier for them, especially with these teams all being EU. They know how each other plays, and they've been scrimming each other and playing against each other for so long. We had a momentary pause, but it looks like we are back for right now. Doesn't seem to have changed too much, but yeah, these teams know how each other play. Vanguard running in, looking to go ahead and take out Gen G as they hold on to this cash out. There is the steal, Dome Shield goes down, and the Vanish Bomb. There's nothing through the wall. Where are they? He gets winched in from the corner. Daleks winches him down, brings him down, but he's actually going to get taken out by Drax in return. Looking for the next member of Gen G. Looking for that revolver shot onto him. Executor misses that. Does have the DMAT if they push, though. Pakulum does get the kill onto Drax. Go for that defib. He doesn't have defib. Actually, no defibs on him right now. He has running APS instead. Outside of the map, we have a fight here between Alliance and Ape Squad as they're pushing in. We haven't seen the Ape Boys a lot, and they are struggling in the face of Alliance. Carnifex is just melting the enemy team. Palma's there to clean up both kills because of the damage. that was put out by Carnifex, and Alliance continue to do well. Meanwhile, the fight resolves on the other side of the map as Vanguard take out Gen G and continue. This looks like a solid 1-2 position right now.
It really does. And I mean, I had a good feeling about these teams coming into it. I knew Alliance would be at the top, but Vanguard is the one that's surprising me right now. Now the real question is, can they hold on? We saw Gen G hitting hard in the beginning of this map, and I would love to see them come right back in and show us that they can take this out from underneath Vanguard. They're making their approach right now, getting directly onto that cash out, but it looks like some gas blew up right on it. They dropped it down a level. It looks like some healing went off from their light player as well. They're regathering up on top of each other, but there are a lot of people in this chaos of this cash out, and now everybody's wanting to get a little bit closer to it, getting on the outer rim of this cash out, but it's only got about a fourth of it left, and they need to do something incredibly soon if they want to get the flip on this. But right now, Vanguard Gaming playing this kiting game almost perfectly and not letting anybody get in there to even tap this cash out and attempt to steal.
Avalon taking a lot of damage here. They are not finding their way in. Here comes everybody in the lobby right now because of the tempo change. It is all eyes on Vanguard. There goes the deep. There goes the bubble. Multiple bubbles there. Mondo looking for the steal, but he has to back away. There's Nolix instead, looking for there in the midst of the smoke. They want to go for the steal. Do they find him? They do. Vanguard are able to go ahead and stop that. They've kept this with the gas. That cash out is going in favor of Vanguard. They've held on. Exactly even scores right now for Vanguard and Alliance with all the kills, with all the team wipes. They're at an even 32,000 right now, which means that both teams, if they split, if they make sure to force a split at this point, if Alliance and Vanguard, they are guaranteed to be the next two in. There's no way that the other teams can get through if there's not a wipe. They split it right now. They could run to the corners of the map and they could be totally fine. That means, though, if you're Alliance and Vanguard, maybe you want to try to force a double. It's a little bit risky. But that could be the thought process.
Yeah, I have no idea what we're going to see in a situation like this, especially when we have a team that is so far down the board. You definitely want to go for that double there to try and get it, but you also need the plugs to try and get your number all the way up there. But I got to say, it is not looking good for Ape Squad or Gen G. Gen G a little more promising for getting in there. They've had some really good team fights, but they seem to just fumble right at the end. But there is the pause. It is over. The teams are about to engage again, but Takey Joe took a lot of damage on that first fight, having to push himself out, but again, Executor caught him out. They are continuing their push towards Vault 6, but at the cost of their teaming. They have left him there, and he needs to coin to get back into this battle. It's a little bit of an interesting choice, but the other two teams are engaging it out in the back. It looks like Ape Squad and Vanguard Gaming.
And I tell you what, right now, this is an interesting place to be because the cash out literally doesn't matter. You could ignore this cash out completely. Everybody, and you can tell the teams know this. This is about the vault. If the vault doubles, we have everything to play for. If the vault does not double, then this is a cut and dry cash out. We are going to be sitting here with only 18 additional seconds as they push in. Man is going to get caught out. Ape Squad not going to be in position to force this double as they go down. Vanguard also are almost completely wiped, which could put Alliance in a position where they can grab that vault and run. You can see Gen G have the vault right now. It's sitting there with Nolix. Alliance are on a full run back to their cash out. They want to be there. They want to make sure that they can help control who actually gets this in the plug. It looks like we are going to get that double. Nolix running with that vault. He's going to go ahead and run in, and they are super happy about this. Alliance are thrilled with this, especially with Vanguard wiping. They have lost so much health at this point, or lost so much money, that they are no longer even close to first place. With this steal from the side of Gen G, they are now going to be getting into a qualifying position.
Yeah, this is a great spot for Gen G to be in, but they've just lost one of their first members. They've got two left, and they need to stay in this. Alliance sitting pretty at second place, so they want to try and stay in there. Vanguard did lose a ton on that wipe, so they're going to try and run in there, but all four teams here on this one cash out. Who will take it at the end? Gen G looking good, but sadly, Nolix got spotted out by three people and just absolutely deleted, but two of the members are still up, and they're still maintaining control of it, and when you have four teams going at one cash out, it could be utter chaos and calamity as they try and get in there.
Only mere seconds left on this cash out. Somebody has to make a move right now, and it wants to be Ape Squad. They've thrown away the gas. They got the goo, but the floor is crumbling underneath them. He's going to go ahead and sit on it with the team backing him up, but everybody is there looking to stop them. The heals are there. The dome shield is there. I think they're actually going to be able to go ahead and take this Ape Squad. They do not. The D-Mat misses. They are able to go ahead and steal that in the last possible second. Ape Squad make their way through along with Alliance.
Oh my god, what a good last second steal. Are you kidding me? Ape Squad came from dead last with barely any cash in their name and then stole that doubled cash out. Oh my god, that's what makes the finals the finals. The Ape Squad, yeah, they played the game. They played the game and they won.
Yeah, that was incredibly well done. I mean, it gave Ape Squad the, and I think you look at Vanguard there, right? Like the mistake that Vanguard made was getting caught out in a fight when they didn't need to. Vanguard's sole purpose in that last minute was to prevent a double. That was the only thing that mattered at that point, right? As long as they didn't let that double, they were fine. Instead, they get wiped. And that's not where you want to be. You just need to set up those defenses. So a little bit unfortunate play for them. And that does mean that between Vanguard and Gen G, one of those two teams is not going to... One of those two teams is guaranteed not to make it.
Oh, that's heartbreaking,
right?
Because Vanguard Gaming have a ton of fans. And I know that you probably couldn't hear me earlier, but I really have a lot of just good hope and good, desire for Gen G to continue on this path. They have so much heart and soul. Like, I got to meet them yesterday, and I've chatted with them several times, but genuinely some of the most excited people to be here, and that says a lot amongst all these teams. So I'm rooting for them, but at the same time, Vanguard Gaming have such a great lineup, and they played amazing in that cash out basically until the last minute and a half,
and then just fumbled it right at the 90-yard line. So it's just heartbreaking to see. But I don't know, Waltz, who do you think will be going home from those two?
I'm probably gonna go Vanguard based on their performance.
Are you serious? Really?
I'm sorry, no. I think Vanguard win.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, okay, I'm on the same boat as you. As much as I have, Gen G in my heart, I am a realist.
Yeah,
so
I don't think they found a way to put it together. I think they played the they understood the macro right. Like, clearly their head is in the right place, knowing that they needed to get that double, knowing that they needed to actually make that happen. But unfortunately, they couldn't then execute and hold on to it at the end of the day. And Alliance and this, I'm getting deja vu from PHL champs when Alliance and Ape Squad played. I felt like every single round.
You're right. I remember that one.
Maybe this was the decision, right? Because as weak as maybe Gen G were in that cash out, Alliance knew that they can play against Ape Squad, right? Yeah. Alliance knows they can beat Ape Squad, and now the question is, have Ape Squad figured out 3v3s enough to take down Alliance? And I know you said you're confident in them. I don't know if Alliance are definitely confident. I wonder if Ape Squad feel confident.
I don't know. I think that they might be a little bit of a struggle. I came into this matchup saying that, hey, Alliance, I'm not worried about them, and I'm still not.
I tell you what, so if you're wondering where we are right now in terms of what we stand, I know we don't have a bracket show up on screen, again, because it is the B stream, and this is a bit of a last-minute addition to the stream because of the sort of the time limitations and a bit of a fluctuating schedule that we had to accommodate for. So we are in the B stream, we don't have as much going on, but let's walk through what happens next, because we had a cash-out match, we had Alliance, and we had Ape Squad move through. They're going to play in a best-of-3 final round, so 3v3s. They're going to go head-to-head, and the winner of that gets to move on to Phase 2, where they actually have a chance of qualification. So if you win your next 3v3, you get to move through. The loser of that is now going to be an elimination. So we're going to have 2 elimination matches as well, where the first elimination match is going to be Vanguard versus the other Gen G.
Yeah.
One of those 2 teams is going to be eliminated, and then the winner of that elimination match plays against the loser of Ape Squad and Alliance. So there are going to be 2 teams eliminated before they get to move on to Phase 2. 4 teams in total. We continue to knock teams out of the Grand Major. For some people, this is the end of the ride.
And it's so wild, too, that we are the ones that get to say goodbye to some of these teams and some of these players that we have seen on an incredible journey here. I mean, Waltz and I have been in the scene for almost 2 years now, so some of these names have become commonplace to us, and it's been so exciting to see them come here, and it's going to be so heartbreaking to see them leave here with nothing. So it's a bit of a bloodbath of a day, but you know what? I'm glad that we get to be the ones that usher them into that sweet abyss that they might be going to.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be really, really nice to be able to actually get to see those games eliminated, the elimination games, instead of having no stream at all for them.
Yeah.
It's, they deserve to have some time on the
exactly.
Even if they don't get to be on the main stage, they deserve some time, and so they can go back and see it. So hopefully we can give a bit of a show, and hopefully the audio is working a lot better for you guys. We apologize for those issues. Don't know if this is what we're using anymore. I'm gonna see if I can pull that out of the way. I think we're using a different one. So
are we? Yeah. Let's chat. Let us know.
Makes it look a little better. We can get that out of there. But yeah. So
chat, if you can no longer hear us.
We have a couple minutes here. Looks like we're going into Cis Horizon between Alliance and Ape Squad. If you're wondering why we're yapping, it's because obviously they need to set up a lobby, they need to do map bans, they need to do all that sort of stuff. And our first map is going to be Sis because we did a cash out on Sis.
Yeah,
That's the way this works in this format. It's very reminiscent of the actual way the tournament work.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Sis is just such a good map. We've seen it a ton on the A stream, and I'm sure that we're going to continue to see it a ton throughout the rest of this weekend. So it's just one of the best maps. There's so much strategy to it. There's so many ways to manipulate it. It's kind of interesting too, because like, I haven't seen a ton of new strategy on Sis in, I want to say, probably a season of PHL. But that's kind of cool because we're just seeing kind of these tried and true methods and then finding the teams that can execute those to perfection, because those are the ones that end up taking it. And I'm really, it's one of the strongest maps and has been one of the strongest maps.
Yes, yeah, it is. And one of the, going way back, one of the reasons it's the strongest map now is because at the time, when we didn't have the ability to choose variants, the comp players far prefer maps with no variants. It's nice to have standard issue maps. It's just the way they prefer things. And so when you didn't have the ability to pick them, and it was random every time, they far preferred Sis Horizon, a map that is very predictable. You know exactly what you're getting. Instead of something like Monaco, where you could end up with duck and cover, and then you have a massive empty spot in the middle of the map, which, you have to play around, and some people don't do well with that, some are better, like it really is kind of player and loadout dependent. So there's, Sis is the classic, I think, classic finals map. It might be like, I think Monaco for me for a long time was like the most iconic map, but Sis Horizon, maybe it's just because I've stared at it for so long.
Well, and it's funny too, because again, I had a conversation with one of the main map designers, Bart, on his design about it, and I asked him, what is your favorite map? And he goes, oh, I can't pick my children, they're all the same Sis Horizon. So apparently he told me it was the second map that he made, and he learned a lot from it, and he put in a lot of new things and just kind of was his experimenting map, and it turned out to be really fun and really good in all the playtests. So it was just kind of cool to learn that little bit of background of it, and to hear that it's definitely one of his favorite maps as well. He didn't share my opinion on Fortune Stadium though, and that kind of broke my heart a little bit, but it is what it is.
I think what's cool, Sis Horizon has gone on to inspire other maps too. Like, Nozomi Citadel is very inspired by Sis Horizon, and one of those maps that is, you can see the influence in the rest of the maps. Fortune Stadium, even as a different map, still has the influence of Sis Horizon. You can see the design philosophies of that
and
map.
I know the reason for that, but I don't have clearance to say why.
No.
I'm gonna send a message and see if I can say why.
I wonder if we can actually say that.
Because it's very interesting.
It's a cool story.
Yeah, it is. So anyway, but it's a very fun map, and honestly, I'm really enjoying Nozomi Citadel in seeing it in play. And I've had a few chats with some of the players as well, and they're actually enjoying it. There's a few cash out locations that they absolutely hate, but with that, it's only like 2 of them. And in an entire map, you have 14 different locations they can spawn at. It makes it where it's not that bad. So I am enjoying it. I hope we see it more. And I don't know what map we're going to next, but we're starting Sis. We just talked about we've spent the last few minutes talking about why we're going to Sis. But hey, we're going to be jumping into it to see who can take it away from here.
Remember, this is not a qualifier match, but this is a match to determine who progresses to Stage 2. So, or Phase 2 of this day, there are further qualification options, and this is your chance to get back into those qualifying matches. The loser of this is not eliminated, but does go into an elimination match. So, it is very important for these guys to continue to keep their tournament alive at this point. Cave Squad going to be setting up. Always the fights seem to start out around this cube room as they move in. Alma and Treason quite low, but they get a lot of damage onto Mr. Red Fox. He's getting chased in, but Smoke obscured the vision. Looking to go ahead and try to chase him off. A bit of a light duel here. Carnifex actually goes down to Creeper Blue. The FCAR picks him off. They do have an instant revive. Alliance loses him a lot of health. The team truly healthy. A lot of long-range fights here. Palma comes on one of the backside, but both teams are missing a member right now. Mr. Red Fox is at half health. It's all on Palma, the only surviving member. Can he stay alive? He's dodging. He's moving around the area. How have they not found him yet? Oh my gosh, he's finally going to get taken down. And Alliance actually losing out to Ape Squad. It would be quite the upset if Alliance were to lose the team that they helped
qualify.
Yeah, well, and it's just one of those moments where I'm just gonna have to eat my words because I don't know what just happened there. Ape Squad looked really good in that first battle. They got 2 people down without taking a ton of damage on themselves, and now they're in control of the map, the vault. They're gonna be able to bring that over here and get it set up. Bring up their C4. They're gonna throw it on the wall instead. This is an interesting play because now they're gonna winch Clot, but I don't know if he can even winch Clot in one pull that way. But sadly, we are going to pause for a brief moment as we figure out what has happened. I'm not sure why we got to pause here, but look at that. Nice little red barrel in hand, and I think that they were about to do the animation as well.
Oh, yeah, kind of throw it out.
Yeah.
Look at those eyes. Those eyes are terrifying. Beetle eyes. That's like my cat looking at me, in the middle of the night.
2 a.m.
Not a good time. Our fellow caster, Jerry, has also showed up briefly as we were in
Jerry,
the
we have an open mic if you want to...
Oh, hello, an open mic.
Yes.
Open mic, yes.
I don't usually bring my guitar, but I mean, I could go get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, we got to pause.
Yeah, you got time.
I say,
Hopefully not.
You know what? I'm giving you false law. I actually can't play the guitar.
You can't play the
No,
guitar?
no. It's like one of the
How?
few things I can't.
You're a music teacher.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit weird, isn't it? I should be able to, but no, I'm a piano guy.
Okay.
Ah.
All right. Well, maybe you don't play the keys.
I could sing you a song. I'm the piano man.
Well, okay,
I
so
like-
what about a piano keyboard? I'm sorry, like a keytar. That's what they're called.
Oh, I'd love a keytar. I need to get
Ooh.
myself one. I'm also noticing that there's about a minute left before I need to be on the mainstream, and I'm in a different room with you guys. But
Good
we're
to see
having
you,
a
Jerry.
good time here.
Yeah.
We're
So
having a good time.
yeah.
That's not important. This is important.
Are you having fun on the mainstream?
we absolutely are. It's been a real show. I'm sure everyone watching is open to
Probably
both
so.
of these.
Yeah,
right
I have
now,
a feeling. Yeah.
Anyway, better get going. Enjoy your Waltz and Rio stream. I know
So-
it's been awesome so far.
It's been a great time.
This looks like a good game as well.
Oh, yeah. Alliance versus Ape Squad. Going to be quite a match here. Thank you, Jerry, for swinging by. One of our casters coming in from the mainstream just to go ahead and give us a little hello. We love Jerry.
Yeah.
Jerry, one of the best people I've ever met, honestly.
Oh, no,
Absolutely
yeah.
fantastic guy.
Genuinely, and I mean, just while we have a few minutes, and it's our show. We're gonna just chat. I have to say honestly, like I've been a part of a lot of communities, and one of the things that really drew me to the finals is how open and welcoming everybody has been in both the competitive scene and just my normal matches that I meet and play with other people. But hey, that's a topic for another time. Maybe we'll do a podcast on that vault. On that vault.
On that vault.
Yeah,
we do
hey,
have a
I mean, that
podcast
is
called The Vault.
I've combined the two of them, but hey, we're back in game.
All right, we are in there. Ape Squad holding on to this catch out right now, but they have immediately been exposed. The RPG takes out the wall. We've seen Palma do that a lot, using the RPG as much for destruction as anything else. Looks like they have Mr. Red Fox, but they have escaped. Ape Squad successfully get away and evade the push from Alliance. Now they have to rat them out. They could go for a steal, try to force them back into position. Just runs into the heavy. He got completely caught out. I'm not sure what Mando was doing there. He was so far away from the rest of his team, and that is a critical error. Now the cash out wide open for the side of Alliance. They might just try to camp this point. But now, Palma, he's the one separated from his team. The rest of his team did go ahead and take out Krieger Blue. It's only Mr. Red Fox left, but he was briefly separated. Might wait for them to coin at this point. He's just going to go ahead and get away in Alliance with a nice flip.
Yeah, that was a great flip. And on top of that, it was really interesting to watch Palma just guarding that one totem. He was forcing them to coin back in. He did not want to let anybody get out of their sight line and just give it away. So great flip by Alliance. They're now in firm control of it. Krieger Blue about to coin back into this battle, and they will have plenty of time to go over there and have one good attempt at this. That they need to find some kills. And take a look at where Alliance is set up. They were on top of it, but they've now decided to fall off the edge and stay closer to this cash out. Not the worst play when you're running down the clock towards the very end of it, but look at how exposed they are, and Palma just went down in that first engagement.
Oh my goodness, Ape Squad with the amazing shots catching Palma out like that. Now they're trying desperately, but they go in. Carnifex just suicides into the point. It's all on treason, but the two angles are keeping him alive. They cannot stop it. The flip is going to come through for Ape Squad. Mr. Red Fox, he's going to wipe treason right now. They got the flip. They pulled it back. They're keeping him alive and stagger, but what a flip from Ape Squad.
They did it again. That's exactly what they did at the end of the cash out match. They get in there at the perfect timing. And as I was saying it, I don't know why Alliance pulled off of their high ground and went down to bring the battle to them. That is not what they needed at that moment. And it just totally turned the tide of the battle. Now they've been wiped, and Alliance are having to figure out what the hell just happened.
I tell you what, this is a bit of a scary moment for Alliance here. You know, we were talking about the last time these two teams faced off was in the PHL Champ Series, which, with just a couple weeks ago now.
at this point. And Alliance played Ape Squad a lot and basically won every single time they played against them. And now in a match that matters so much, Alliance are going to be looking down the barrel of multiple elimination matches if they can't pull this off. Ape Squad kind of overperforming, at least I think from what Alliance would expect right now.
Yeah, overperforming indeed. It just means that they have been practicing hard and against a team like Alliance as well. But Alliance right now holding on to that vault, trying to move it a little bit away, is going through that gateway as well. Good movement, and I've pointed that out time and time again. Actually, I've had chats with Young, and that is something that they have worked on, is movement. They want to be a very adaptable team, and I am seeing that right now from Alliance. Ape Squad on the chase, trying to catch up with them, but I think this vault is about to be plugged before Ape Squad can get there.
I think that movement is actually what's failing them a little bit right now, because Palma keeps getting caught out in the middle of nowhere, and I feel like he's just not, he's a little bit behind his team. I don't know what that might be, whether the mentality is not quite there. Losing that first cash out match, you know, especially knowing all your EU teams are there, there's got to be some sort of mental hit to that, right? Knowing that of the 6 EU teams coming through, 2 are going to be gone by the end of the day, possibly more. That is not a great feeling to have, and so Alliance need to figure this out now. Manda takes an RPG to the face and dropping Palma, chasing his heavy counterpart, but he completely lost him in the smoke and mirrors that are going out. Krieger Blue drops, Manda is dead already. Krieger looking for that defib. Goo separates the fight, and he's actually going to survive. Carnifex does take out Manda on the backside. Mr. Red Fox is still alive, so it's 2v3 at the moment, and enough time for Ape Squad to have their last member respawn. Very split from them.
Yeah, very split indeed. It's going to be an interesting regathering for this team, especially waiting out the clock for Manda to come back into the battle. Cash out is more than halfway done. They will have plenty of time to go for a decent push, but they need to find those entry kills. They need to get something going, find that momentum like they did in that first cash out steal. But again, they are really good at getting in there at the last possible second. It's something that Alliance seems to be struggling a little bit with. They've got a great height advantage right now. Alliance dealing some damage, blowing up that fire barrel to buy themselves a little bit of
Manda,
opening.
he's got out again.
But Manda is out in the open, and look at that, going down in a very exposed location in Red Fox as well. It's all on Krieger Blue as he's trying to survive and get any kill that he can, but he's just deleted by Palma.
Palma. Heard we were talking about him, and he decided he was going to show up. This time, Manda getting caught out in the open. The heavies from both teams kind of taking turns, I think, putting themselves into difficult positions. That first cash out almost went the way of Alliance because Manda got caught out by himself, and then it flipped because Palma was the one who got caught out. So it feels like each time our heavies are just a little bit too far forward and either not being supported with their team or not rotating properly.
Well, and you know, from the history, this is Palma. He is an aggressive, heavy player, and his teammates have to play around that. But oh my god, look at that! Carney just deleted by Krieger Blue, dealt a ton of damage mid-air, and now they're trying to stay in this battle. Krieger Blue went down, unfortunately, but all of Alliance got wiped in a very quick, explosive battle.
And normally those fights that happen like so quickly after cash outs don't matter a lot, but the vault spawned so close that this is actually a great position for Ape Squad to be in right now. They're going to be able to go ahead and get a plug, and they're going to be able to move ahead of where Alliance are. The spawn could be a little bit difficult for them. Going to be up in just a few seconds, about 3 seconds left, and Alliance will be returning. Scoreline's pretty even, honestly, across all these teams. Everyone's been trading, giving their piece here and there, so nothing yet really to stand out. But they're about to get this plug. But the jump coming up from Alliance, they're catching him as they move. They have spotted the medium. He's on the high ground. He gets dropped with that RPG, but the goo goes down. Can he survive? He does go down. Palma just barely nicks him on the way out, but he's going to go ahead and pay for his crime. He does lose a lot of health. He gets healed back up. The rest of all entirety of Alliance just holding hands right now and keeping themselves alive. Carnifex losing a lot of health, but he's taken out 2 for the effort. It's all Manda all day. He's all by himself. He has to go ahead and survive, but against 2, it's looking like an uphill battle. He is going to go down.
That was a great play from Alliance. They did not let Ape Squad have a moment to breathe, diving directly on them, sending the chaos in their face, and getting kill after kill. That is the way you do it. They get the flip. They pull that out into that alleyway there. It is an incredibly strong position. It does have that one cube area that kind of builds a little bit of a corner, and I have seen total chaos happen because of that one cube. So I'm curious if they want to manipulate it a little bit further, but it doesn't seem like it. They want to try and intercept this as long as they can, and here comes this last push. We need to see Ape Squad do something right now. They got over without taking any damage, and that is some great teamwork, great movement. They got to do something now.
Only mere seconds left. Ape Squad looking to get into. They're going to winch this in. The high ground is still owned by Alliance, but if they can pull this into a more defensible position, Alliance are going to have to drop, give up that position. Palma, the first one down, he drops down. You can see Red Fox holding off to the side. The winch has to stop Krieger Blue. Eventually, they just get the flip, the goo. They weren't able to get through the wall, and Carnifex, he's the first one to go down. If Red Fox survives here, he does. He's able to go ahead and keep this team at full health. Alliance completely caught out, unable to do anything but treason. He does go ahead and pick off Mr. Red Fox and gets the revive, doing so much for his team right now. They're all at full health. They're looking to go ahead and get the flip. He does get winched in by the heavy. He can't stop the steal. Can he do it? No! The flip goes through. It's only Mr. Red Fox, 1 versus 3. He's going to get taken down, and Alliance are going to get the first map. They are keeping their hopes alive. 1 more to go.
But just barely. That was a little bit sloppy, and I can't believe that Alliance were able to turn it on its head and get the flip right back in the end. That missed winch totally changed the entire tide. It could have changed it. They could have secured themselves that cash out, but Ape Squad put up a hell of a fight. Woo.
Yeah, that was a nice steal there. I mean, Ape Squad pulling off some amazing steals right there. I really thought that was treason. Getting the pick into a medium revive was absolutely brilliant, right? Being able to have that spacing and keeping his team up instead of desperately trying to just follow up on damage was the right call there, knowing they needed that man advantage. And yeah, I mean, honestly, scores show about as even of a match as I think we just watched.
And if you would have asked me, are Ape Squad and Alliance on par? I have historical data to say they're pretty close, but I would have said Alliance is stronger. So they have come out on top on this one, and it just seems to be just a tiny little bit. So I am curious if they can hold on, or I have a feeling we're going to 3. There's no way that this wraps up in one more.
I do hope so. I mean, this pick is Ape Squad's pick next, I believe.
Okay.
Because Ape Squad did get first place. And even if Alliance were the ones that were doing better the entire map, because Ape Squad came in first, they actually get to pick the map. So I think you're right. We could see Ape Squad coming in and actually pulling something quite interesting off here. I'm hoping we get to do that. We're actually going to be moving to Fortune, our fantastic production, letting us know. Again, to everybody watching, thank you for stopping by the B stream. It is a little bit less high quality than it is over on the main stage. Obviously, that is because there was not supposed to be a B stream until very recently due to some scheduling issues. So we are holding down the fort here, making sure that every team gets a chance to be on that stream, even if it might not be the main stage. And we're going to be able to show off everything that they can do. And especially in these elimination matches, which we are very close to getting into.
Absolutely. I mean, every team deserves to be showcased. They have had a long journey to get here. And I love that Waltz and I get to be the ones to bring you that action, because we've been here for a long time in this scene, and it's really fun to see a lot of the same names just really build reputation, get signed by orgs, and now be here at the Grand Major together on LAN in Stockholm, Sweden. It still amazes me to really think about, oh my god, Waltz, we're here.
Yeah.
This has been such a long journey for the competitive scene, and honestly, with the amount of viewers we have even on our little stream, it's amazing. Thank you guys, for watching us and listening to us yap. We're doing our damnedest to give everybody the show that they deserve.
It is really, it's quite a show, even with the technical delays, even with, some of the slowdowns, and there's always technical delays, especially nowadays. The first time you get into something, it's always going to be a little difficult. There's always some growing pains, and so the fact that it's moved as smoothly as it had is, I think, very, very impressive. There's, a lot to, there's a lot that will continue to move, and I think future years are going to be very, very exciting, a lot smoother. Sure. I'm sure tomorrow is going to be a lot smoother as well. No B stream tomorrow, unfortunately.
Yeah, no B stream.
So you and I won't get to be in this cozy little closet, unfortunately. But we are going to be on the main stream.
Will be, We'll be doing a lot of those games, and honestly, tomorrow is where the fun gets dialed up to like 10. If you guys didn't see PHL Season 2 as that wrapped up, that was probably the most insane, fun, chaotic, mental break your head just day. Like, I couldn't have asked for anything more, and I can't wait to see it at the major. Like, it's I know we're trying to hype you up for something that you probably already be watching, but it's still fun. So, that's a lot to say. But who are we going to be seeing next, Waltz? Because actually, right now,
we're right in there, and we're still it's Ape Squad versus Alliance. Still, we're in map 2. Map 2 we did get for a little bit, but they're making sure they get their map set up, and probably maybe had to restart a lobby, all that sort of thing. But we're in the map. We're in Fortune Stadium. Your favorite map?
It is my favorite map.
I know you had a lot of fortune cookies that
I
you had with
did.
you the other day. And,
And the coolest thing ever was I gave a ton of people their very first fortune cookie, and one person I didn't tell them quick enough that there was paper inside. So, but anyway, you guys don't want to hear that. We are in the battle, and oh my God, Mr. Red Fox just deleting Treason with some amazing 93R shots. Can he connect it again? He's looking for a second. He's chasing them down, but sadly, there is Palma on the return just to delete them up again. Ape Squad, though, hitting hard right off the bat.
Yeah, speaking of paper, Fortune Stadium.
Yeah.
known for its very flimsy walls.
Yes.
But yeah, nice play from Alliance there. Mr. Red Fox he was close to pulling off a 1v3. That was pretty close. Carnifex had almost no health, but unfortunately, this vault fight matters a lot. Because at Sector 6 over here, that jump, that cross. Not only is that a difficult cross, right? It's hard to get across that point, but also the ability to manipulate the spawn is actually really, really strong. You keep teams in the corner, you want to keep them. Unfortunately, Alliance did fluff that a little bit. Normally what they try to do is they try to keep them off more towards the left side of the map there. And instead they have to back up now. So they have made the first cross. Looking for the next one here. You're going to see Mr. Red Fox move over to the side. Nice movement for them. RPG catches a lot of the lines. They actually get the winch onto Palma as well. He goes down. The trade is theirs, 2 versus 2, but they have the totem of Alliance right in front of them to actually control for Ape Squad right now. They get the full revive. Carnifex pushes in. They actually get the revive. Oh, no, they do not. He actually pulls Treason back up. So he went down at some point in the back. Then they're looking to go ahead and reclaim his statue while Ape Squad looked to go get a quick flip.
Yeah, that was a great play by them. They're going to get this flip off because you can see all of Alliance are pulled completely off to the right-hand side. They've now gotten the res on their teammate, but it has let them get the entire flip on this cash out. So now pushing their way back in and throwing some goo down Krieger Blue, setting up their fortifications, and they are still playing a floor above it. They decided to come down a level right now and start the engagement from this stairwell, blowing up a nice fire barrel as well, buys it a little bit of space and adds to the calamity of the situation, but got stuck in the stairwell. Now it's all on Manda. It just fell apart completely. What just happened?
Again, not positioning. Positioning incorrectly, not being in the right spot. 3 kill streak for Palma there, just taking it easy, sipping on that Mai Tai. It does feel like they're finding their rhythm a little bit. Palma did get caught out, but then, again, these teams are just not... The defense isn't set up. I think it was an interesting choice for Ape Squad to push for the steal when they did, instead of sitting on Alliance a little bit longer. They went for a steal, and they didn't have a lot of setup time because of the ability of Alliance to res quickly, and that meant that the strength of that point, they weren't able to do anything. And there's that revolver almost taking off Mr. Red Fox now. Gonna be fighting over this next vault, but at least that cash out spot is gone, so there's no controlling that anymore. Alliance backing away right away, but a lot of fights taking place up top. 1 down from each team, but the defib does come up for Ape Squad, looking to punish Alliance there in the stairs. Damage coming in from behind. Carnifex is going to get it melted. It's only Palma again. Ape Squad staying very strong there, actually doing a good job. Very, very sad for them that they didn't pull off.
Yeah, exactly. And right there, every one of them got a kill. That is how you want to do it. You want to make sure that you're targeting something, you have good communication going at it, and they pulled ahead in that fight. Alliance looking like they have 1 more kill. No, kills are tied. And that is quite impressive to see so far. It is a very close match. And I don't know who can take this. Alliance has 1 cash out to their name, but we can go all the way to 3, and I have a feeling we just might.
And this is game 2 right now. Alliance is currently up 1-0, so if Alliance win this, they are through, and they're going to be in a qualifying position in the future, so they get to play some more catch-out matches, see if they can get to a qualifier. The loser of this has to go into an elimination match. It's not over for them, but it's a lot harder. So everything is to play for right now. Alliance up 1-0 in this series. Looking to drop this point down. They don't want this to be up there. It's so hard to push up onto that helicopter pad. They want to bring this all the way down so that Alliance are going to have to get into a scrappy fight with Ape Squad, have this in a nice spot right now. Alliance, bringing this all the way down, setting up the goo, making sure they have a good position in Treason with that jump pad. He's given himself a nice escape route. The second somebody goes for him, he's in the air, he is away, scot-free, there to heal his team up as they've turned around. But Ape Squad still keeping this alive. Blue on the high ground is getting pushed by Palma. Treason's quite low, but Treason, oh my gosh, 5 HP. He's finally taken out. 2 versus 2 at the current moment, but Manda's going to go down. It's all in Mr. Red Fox once again. He did it, almost did it earlier, but he can't. cannot do it. Again, he is getting taken out as the last member, and the flip is there. With that flip, it is going to be so hard for Ape Squad to take it back.
Oh, it's a little bit heartbreaking for Ape Squad. They played that well, but it all fell apart in the end. Now Alliance is going to be able to get the height advantage here. Set up for this next battle. They got about 5 seconds before anybody spawns back in. It will be a last-second push on there, but if you just see what just happened, they broke the gas balloon above them, sending multiple gas barrels down onto that point, and it's going to make it an incredibly difficult push for them. And look at this. You can even see the ping that went off. They are 90 meters away.
Oh, that's hard.
That spawn was not lucky for them. By the time they get there, it is going to be a desperate last-second push. They're going to have to dive directly on the point, and I think even now there's not enough time. They're trying to go for it, but Alliance seems to have done it. They played it perfectly and won 2 maps.
2-0, a very quick one for them. Alliance, it feels very similar to Secret. I mean,
Does.
Secret lost their cash out map, but when you get to the actual 3v3s, it is a very quick win for them. Alliance, a team that we expected to be doing way, way better, and they showed it right here that, you know, once they get into, when your best teams have already qualified, and we've had some amazing teams qualified to stage 2 to tomorrow already, you are going to have some of these more one-sided fights, and you're going to have maps where this goes a lot easier. So at this point, we now have Alliance moving on. They haven't made it to day 2 yet. They still have more games to play. There is a long road ahead of them before they qualify, but they have a chance of qualifying. Meanwhile, Ape Squad are one best-of-3 loss away from elimination, so they are not in the best of spots. So we do have another match for you very, very soon. We do have Vanguard versus Gen G.
Yes.
Vanguard versus Gen G. We have a quick break while we get that lobby set up, and we will be right back in just a moment. Welcome back to the B stream for the Grand Major. We're going to be running through the elimination games. As always, I am Walt. I'm joined by Rio. We're going to be running through these, and we have our first elimination match between Vanguard and Gen G because they did lose their previous cash-out match. So they are going to be having a rough time of it.
Yeah, a little bit. And, you know, Gen G, definitely kind of the underdog of this whole tournament. And going against Vanguard Gaming, Vanguard is really a strong force in this entire scene. So it's going to be a very uphill battle for Gen G. But you know what? I think that Gen G has the spirit award of the finals. And if there's some spirit of the finals, I think that it might come alive in Packalum, and he might just destroy everybody. That's my belief. After meeting the guy yesterday, I have never met a more charismatic, spirited person for the finals. And I've met a lot of talented people in the finals, but that one takes the cake. So he might have a little bit of a spirit bonus.
Absolutely. I hope so. I hope we get a good match. I think it's quite interesting that by the end of the next best of 3, we are going to have 4 EU teams eliminated.
Oh my god.
Or, I'm sorry, 3 EU teams. 3 EU teams eliminated and 1 in the Korean team as well. So that is half of the EU teams that showed up. The home court advantage was not real, unfortunately.
Well, and that's been the theme throughout the entire competitive scene. NA has had the dominance, but I don't know, we were looking at that
DRG
stream, and
DRG are looking good.
It's shocking, but hey, I love that. I love that we can come into a major that we have prepped. We have spent so many hours of our life prepping and finding stats for, but all of the APAC regions were just like, eh.
Yeah,
we watched a few scrims and we couldn't really get a read on them, and they're doing great. They're doing better than I think anybody expected, but more on them later because we have loaded into Cis Horizon for Vanguard Gaming versus Gen G.
Vanguard, a team that, or you definitely would expect them to be the victors here. They were absolutely crushing and just faltered to the last moment because of the cash box. Also known to occasionally run things that are a little off meta. If you look at Executor, he has an APS turret, he's got gas mines, he's got a revolver, he's got a DMAT. You don't see almost any of those things. That is basically a completely bespoke loadout on that man right now. So he is doing something a little bit different. Gen G, a team that has been working really, really hard to improve. I know they asked me, I gave them some pointers that they asked me for. They reached out to a lot of people. I think they might reach out to you, asking for some advice. So I want to see if there are rotations. One of the biggest things I think they were struggling with, if they're able to find those out, our Pika does get caught. They can't take him down, but Gen G already putting some of those rotations to use, finding one of the members of Vanguard on their way to the plug.
Yeah, that is a great intercept from them. They haven't gotten the plug plugged in just yet. Vanguard Gaming running it for their life. About to get that plugged into B, but all of Gen G are here, so there's not going to be a moment to set up. And as I say that, it doesn't even look like the vault has made it all the way there before Gen G have decided to strike. Takey Joe taking a lot of damage out of it, and going into that stairwell might not be the best option, but they are dealing a lot of damage. Now, it is all on Takey Joe. He's very low along with Noliax, healing his teammate right back in there, but we see Rapika running in with that 93R, and he is a demon with that thing, but he's been forced to push him back into that stairwell. He's now going for a long res.
Still no plug on that vault yet, but we are very close. Gen G looking. He ran into him! He ran into them! He found him rezzing! He actually wins that fight too! Gonna go ahead and immediately get rid of all of the hard work that our Pika put in. I thought that was gonna go worse for him. What an unfortunate place to run into. Vanguard did have Drags reset. Our Pika gets picked off! Why are you peeking this? You need to wait for your team to reset. Now, another 20 seconds on the deck. They're not gonna be able to go ahead and get this. That is a big mistake. You cannot push that for no reason.
Yeah, and I really felt like Gen G was a little bit strong coming into this last match. They played well in that cash-out match, and if they continue this steam, they will steamroll Vanguard Gaming. Vanguard Gaming forced to wait out the timer for Rapika to come back in. That is what one kill can do. Forces your whole other team to just stop. They just stayed in their tracks. They are just now waiting. And finally, Rapika comes back in, but they still have to wait for him to get in there, but they don't even notice that they just went into the sightlines of Gen G, and now they're being pushed in there. Drax going down, all of Gen G staying incredibly close together. Rapika, the only remaining member, and he is still very separated from where his teammates even were. And now this kiting has just gone on even further, Waltz.
Just an insane stagger for the side of Vanguard. This is just a completely... The timing was so far off. Every single time they had a chance to get their feet underneath them, one of them ran in and just died. That is exactly the opposite of what you want to happen. And there's still time for them to steal. They haven't wiped yet. but they are playing very undisciplined right now. This is not what you want to see. They do have the invis push. RPG is out, hitting the enemy's jump pad, looking for that big RPG. They dash away, does so much damage. They have an APS turret there as well, but it's still C4. C4 might actually be gone. They're not going to drop it. Nothing happens. They get the flip. Meanwhile, Arpika takes out Taiki Joe on the backside. A lot of shots going into Drax as they get back up on the high ground. Vanguard might have just taken this away under the eyes of Gen G. They're pushing for it right now. He might be able to get it. No, the winch actually interrupts him, and Vanguard able to go ahead and take this after a long and very difficult fight.
See, and there is the internal battle right there, is how far away do you move from your cash out? Because Gen G were just out of range that allowed Vanguard Gaming to come in there, get the flip, and by the time they were in the same room as each other, it had already happened, and then there would have been very little time for another flip to go off. So you have to find that perfect distance between them, and that's what makes this scene so competitive, is it is a game of little tiny measurements of who is better at placements, situations like that, and it is just quite impressive. But an RPG going off from Drax connects a little bit with Pakalem, but they are now forcing them into that stairwell. This can be quite deadly. Nice winch claw coming off, pulling him down. Drax going down, another person going down. It's all on Rapika, the last remaining member, a time and time again of Vanguard Gaming. Gen G taking control of the vault.
He really should go and just perform a team wipe right now, too, because his team already has only 1 coin left.
That's what
yeah, he's going to do that right now. Having a coin, you get 2 coins at the beginning. You go down to 1, that's totally fine. You get time, but you get down to 0 coins. The enemy team knows that. They're going to be keeping track of that. And that is such a huge liability for your team, because when you take somebody out, there is the knowledge that there is a time limit on when they can come back, right? And even if you are camping their totem, they will return eventually. So you can only sit on it so hard, forcing that 2v3. The second that a player runs out of coins, he becomes a target a mile wide, because everybody knows that if they just take him out, they are going to be able to force a 2v3 that you cannot come back from. And so Vanguard have to be very, very cautious with their coins, especially if we go to a third cash out here. Gen G setting up a little bit further away. They're going to have the APS turret. Watch as they put this APS. They're going to drop this down, demat it in. Any C4 on that cash out has now been removed by that APS turret. Dome shield goes down. That's a lot of utility been used for Vanguard Gaming already. They're going to push in very aggressively. They're going to go ahead and take out Nolix. He's going to go ahead and get brought down. That's a 3 versus 2 now. No damage done to Vanguard whatsoever. They may have used that utility. Now they're going to go and get up a bit of a very aggressive revive. He drops. He doesn't actually take him out. Pakalem on the high ground gets his heavy up with no repercussions whatsoever. He's going to go down now. He does it. Pika bit off more than he could chew. Drax is up on top. Does get a winch on it. Taikyo kills him with the winch, actually. He was so low. He finished him off. And now all 3 of them looking to go for the steal at this point. This time on the backside, they're not going for the revive. Winch pulls it away. They haven't been able to get the steal yet. The high ground there. On the side of Vanguard Gaming, mere seconds left in this cash out at this point.
Absolutely, and right now Gen G are still maintaining control of this cash out, but here is the flip right now. Executor just holding on, but he gets pulled off of it. They need to get back on that almost immediately, but there goes Noliex and all of Gen G. They fought their hearts out, but it's not going to work in their favor, as the time will run out before they can come back into it. So Vanguard Gaming take it.
Nice win from Vanguard. That is what we were expecting, you know. But it was a little bit of a longer road than I think we expected it to be. You know, Gen G were looking very good, and I think Vanguard were in moments looking a little bit rough.
I think that's almost what we're seeing, is 2 teams that are almost perfect, but have their little tiny flaws, and both teams are exploiting those flaws. Little mistakes really do add up, especially in the finals, where it can be so creative and chaotic at the same time. But also, look at this. There was a moment there that we were looking at the scoreboard, and it was only Rapika that had kills. They entirely play around their light player. He is the pivotal character in their team, because basically he's either out of position and waiting to get a kill and a pick, and then they swarm on the rest of them, or he is the one that's coming right into the battle as soon as they've been caught out to try and clean up. And it's really good, but it has to work,
I mean, you talk about pivotal lights as well. Like Arpika definitely doing a lot of work there, but Taiki Joe on the other side, only getting a single kill. His team was really lifting him up there, but he, I think, is a point. They qualified based off of Taiki Joe's performance. If you watch the close qualifiers, you'll remember that in their matches, there were 2 instances where he was able to hold a 1 versus 2 defensive cash out that got them the qualification. I want to see that Taikyu Joe. He
Yeah.
hasn't switched off the LH1. It feels like he doesn't. Most players nowadays are going to know at least 2 weapons really, really well.
Yes.
You know, oftentimes you see the 93R come out, you may see the ARN. Sometimes you may even see, you know, like the 4.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's the 93R that is accepted as the most powerful light weapon. But Taikyu Joe is very committed to that LH1, and I fear it's to his detriment.
Well, and I mean, they did qualify on Cis Horizon with that LH1, so it makes sense. But yeah, you do have to kind of get out of your comfort zone, especially when things are not working. So that is a lot to say that was only map 1, and it could be very dependent. It could be map dependent. They just don't feel good on Cis Horizon. We have seen complete turnarounds by teams like this, and I would love to see this group go to 3 maps.
Oh, absolutely. I think if any of our matches that we've seen so far would go to 3 maps, it's going to be this one. Seeing how they played it. If Taikyu Joe is able to go ahead and hit some of those shots, I mean, the LH1 can be an incredibly dominant weapon.
Oh, yeah.
Even still, with some of the nerfs and some of the changes, it's still a good weapon if you're able to hit those shots. And if he does that, if he can knock off these jitters, these land jitters, and actually start hitting that, Genji, I think, is in a position to take a map off of Vanguard. Because even though that was 2 cash outs, that was really close. Like, they were inches away.
Definitely incredibly close. Last second steals as well on the very beginning, and just how, it is a very close team. And we're going to Nozomi Citadel as well. So going back to that LH1, do you think that it'll play well on Nozomi Citadel, or would you switch off to something else?
I think it plays really well. There's a lot of difficult places, especially here around the hotel, around the CNS data center. Like, there are some very open areas, and the spawns on this map are incredibly telegraphed. It is very obvious to know where people are coming from. Even just a few, I mean, the map flows really well. It's easy to know where to go.
Yeah.
But as part of that, it is also very easy to know where people are going to spawn from. And so when you get control of these long sight lines, that's where the LH1 is going to come out over top the 93R. So Executor not switching off with these off-meta picks. Vanguard is working for him right now, and Taikyu Joe has switched to the 93R. He is no longer on that LH1, listening in a little bit maybe, says, okay, I can play 2 weapons.
Yeah, and it's good to see him switch as well, because, I mean, the 93R right now in the right hands is absolutely lethal. I would even say it makes the case more than the LH1. So, fun to see it, and now Taikyu Joe has grabbed that vault pretty much uncontested as well. Gonna get that plug and have a lot of time to set up. I don't know where the rest of his teammates are, but surely they've got to be following quickly in chase. But Vanguard Gaming seems to be incredibly close as well. Noli setting up a barricade, but sadly not enough to block the damage. He goes down, and it is all on Taikyu Joe. This is a bit what can happen when you get separated from your teammates. You just can't find the right ways to stay alive in this battle, and that's exactly what's happened here. 2 of his teammates have gone down. Taikyu Joe forced back into the corner and now has to wait at least 10 more seconds before his teammates can come back into the battle.
Again, another position where there's only the light left at the end of the match. And last time it was Arpika, this time it's Taikyu Joe. Both his teammates are back in here, and they have a chance to push in. These points on the CNS side are a lot easier to push than the ones on the other, but it's easier to get to the point, but catching the team is hard because there's so many walls, there's so many stairways and windows and things that you can get behind. So actually getting the kills when you get there and getting the flip can be really difficult. So we have to see how Genji approaches this. They've taken the high ground. Arpika very separated from his team. He's very isolated right now. And Taikyu Joe knows it. He knows where he is. He wants to find him, but I don't think he's going to. I think Arpika definitely has a gateway in place. There's the jump pad. Looking onto the high ground, they definitely have seen all of Genji, but not in a position to go ahead and use that. Executor immediately picks up Taikyu Joe. That's what the revolver is good at. He snakes him out of the air, able to go ahead and catch him. Their knowledge just gets melted by the light. The 93R Executor with the nice pick on a Pakalem. A very, very quick wipe there. Okay, I see you, Genji.
Yeah. I'm a little afraid by how their performance is. I think that they kind of lost a little bit of momentum from the last map, and you just can't have that happen. They got wiped off pretty heartbreakingly, and now Vanguard Gaming secured this cash out. They did throw some more stuff on there before leaving, but it wouldn't have even mattered as they have secured it. So next vault will spawn. Genji kind of licking their wounds, trying to figure out what the next plan will be. But as I say that, Drax getting a ton of damage dealt to him, so he's in a good position for them to capitalize on it, but he might have gotten away just in time.
Genji Vanguard have been working on their rotations a lot. You can see that they're feeling a lot more confident moving as a unit than they were before, and I think that was one of the biggest issues with, the number of times that one player would get picked off and the others would have to survive without him. Genji being Vanguard being a lot more consistent with things right now, being a lot safer with their movements. And you can see that in the way that Arpika is playing as well. Make sure he's there to support his team as much as he is to find anything. Just as I say that too, immediately getting picked off on the other side of the map. The Caster's Curse truly is strong in this game as well. Vanguard did get the puck, but the cash outs are so far away that at this point, this is a very inconsequential kill for him. They're not going to be able to go ahead and get that vault and take it to the cash out. They're going to give it to Genji at this point, but Vanguard will be close behind.
Yeah, without a doubt. And yeah, they're just going to have a few more seconds before Rapika can even come back into this battle. But by the time he is, they will have gotten the vault plugged into the cash out. And, well, maybe not, actually, because you were saying it right. They are very far away. And it went on a long journey to even make it towards that cash out. Finally, looks like it's getting close and has been plugged now by Jin G. They have a few seconds here to set up, but there's the first gateway ready for the light dash pad over there as well. Breaking that window, going to bring the rest of his teammates in here unharmed, and this is the perfect time for them to make a move.
Genji, really want to see them hold on to this one. Make sure that you are playing close. Make sure you're not letting Vanguard just roll through you, especially with some of these jump pad movements that I've seen from Genji. We've really seen teams learn how to play against that, and it becomes a liability if you do it at the wrong time, especially when, Drax just pulled Nolix out of the air, right? With that, you become this target. And that's just your classic aim training scenario, right? Somebody sits there, tracks, but there goes a drop. The DMAT is there. They already used the bubble shield, which is quite interesting. Not sure why it was used, but that's a lot of utility down. One does go down. Taikujo has been removed, looking for the second. Executor, he's on very, very low health. They've actually taken out 2 of Genji. Only one side of Vanguard down. They do get the revive, so they're back up to 2 versus 2. Executor at half health, looking to go ahead and finish someone off. Pakalem, he's taking out another. Nolix is still on a sliver of HP. It's only Arpika. Genji able to actually take this one. 2 HP!
Not only that,
and Nolix, how much is Nolix on? He had to have been on about 15. That's less than 20 health between the two of them. What an insanely close fight.
This is why we keep saying that these two teams are very close in skill, because we're seeing that time and time again. Even the scoreboard is close. It is a very, very fun match between these two teams. And now Vanguard Gaming trying to go over there at the last second. They have a few moments to try and get on this cash out and steal it and secure their win right here. But there's the DMAT dropping it down a floor. They've wasted a bubble as well as both of their heavies are here battling it out right on top of each other. Noli went down, but I don't think he has enough time, even if he holds it right now. So they will go to a third cash out as the next vault has been spawned.
Ooh, and Taikujo's going to go ahead and quickly wipe out Drax. He wasn't going for that long res. Again, not a fight that really matters. Nozomi, a very big map. One of the biggest maps that we have, and so moving around on it and getting to one side or the other is not a cut and dry process. It's not very easy, and so by the time they get to that vault, by the time they tap it, that is going to be a respawn for Vanguard. They're going to be able to figure out where they want to go. And a huge part of the thought process for these teams also is, which cash out do we not want to play?
Yes.
Right? Like, you know that a player like Taikujo not running the LHI 1 now, but you know what you like to play. They're already in a fight around this vault. Vanguard pushing very aggressively. Those ruby barricades separating the fight as well as the dome. He's behind them! He got behind them with the invis. They didn't see him. He takes out Taikujo. His team is there to do some more damage. They're all no help. Genji just get melted by the entirety of Vanguard.
See, this is what I was saying. They play around Rapika, and it can work. And my God, that wraparound behind the barricade where they thought they were safe, and instead it ended up being their detriment. They stayed in a perfect angle for Rapika to just deliver the shots from the 93R. Now they've got the plug, and Vanguard Gaming has all the time in the world to get set up on this cash out. They need to hold on tight.
This is so close for Genji right now. They need to be really smart about how they take this. Arpika did such a nice job there. That angle was absolutely pristine. Loved that. They have to figure out how to hold on to this, though, because they have that last cash out. You can start to see the cracks in the way that Vanguard are playing, right? They're going to go ahead and drop these gas mines. The C4 is going to bring that down. So the gas mine's no longer useful. Gas mines do have a lot of area denial, but unfortunately, if you drop it down, look, the push coming in from Vanguard, they demounted the wall, but they didn't quite get through. That's going to give Genji the chance to walk off to the side. They're actually going to jump behind. Can they get in there? They're going to use the wrong jump pad against them. They see the hole in the wall. They went through, going to go ahead and glitch it, but that's about to close up because of the timing on DMAT. They are through the hole, though. They're actually following Vanguard through. Genji just chasing with single-minded determinism. Pushing after one, Drax goes down, Nullix and Paculum at half health, but still in a good spot. Gen.G, they have 3-1. Arpika the only one left. He has to hold on to this. He has to be safe. He goes down. What was that push? Gen.G, they get the steal.
They get the steal, but look at the cash out. We are just over halfway done. This is an opportunity for Vanguard Gaming to come back in and have a very last-second steal. This has happened multiple times today, but we're going to see if Gen.G can hold on for a little bit longer, bring us to 3 maps, because this is such a close group. I want map number 3. I want to see who can take it. And look at this, Takey Joe set up in a nice position. He is going to see all of Vanguard Gaming as soon as they pop their heads up. He sees the gateway, and I don't think that they know that he is right behind them. This will be a great setup if he's able to execute on it. The team is there. They're wanting to get on it. Vanguard Gaming trying to get as close as they can towards that cash out. A lot of explosions going off. A lot of people going down. Both teams losing members. Vanguard Gaming getting wiped, though, and that will secure it for Gen.G.
Going to a map 3. We're going to get that final one. Vanguard fans, a little bit of worry. They're sweating, and Gen.G coming alive. Absolutely figuring out what they need to play. That chase around the ring around the Rosie there for a while. Vanguard pushed and didn't commit.
Yep.
And gave Gen.G just enough information that they actually pushed through the same hole, were able to go ahead and catch out Vanguard. And I don't think they were expecting that level of aggression coming out from Gen.G at that moment, but really well done. Taiki Joe with 6 kills, really turning, and that's what we were talking about, right? Taiki Joe, when he is able to go ahead and hit his shots, when he's able to be a part of that team, it turns everything on its head.
So this feels like a team battle of lights. It is really the light character that is deciding which way each fight and each battle is going.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
That's so cool, because I haven't seen a match like this today. Of all the matches where it really hinges on just one character, I've seen it be like really aggressive, heavy players, but not just 2 lights. And that's what's making this so much fun and so close of a battle. So really fun to see. Nozomi, probably one of my favorite maps to see those 2 go at it. And yeah, that delivered hard.
Yeah, that was an incredible map. I'm looking forward to the 3rd one. We're going to be heading over to our 3rd map. I'm not sure which one it is, but that is going to be the pick for, if I remember correctly, it's most likely the pick of Gen.G is going to be this final map, which means Gen.G did take out the map pick for, Vanguard, which is not an ideal situation for them. That's not what they want to have happen.
Yeah, and I mean, this could be the turning point. I mean, Vanguard Gaming is such a well-known name, and losing against a very underdog team would just hurt. And
that would not be good.
Yeah, I met a lot of Vanguard fans last night, and honestly, their bundle, probably one of the cooler ones out there. So you got to give them to them, and we want to see both of these teams continue, but Walt and I's job to send somebody home, and we're going to find out in this next map.
Now, the winner of this map, so next cash out all comes down to this one map.
Yep.
The loser is going home. The loser is no longer in the Grand Major 2025. Unfortunately, they are done for good.
Yep.
But the winner still has to go through yet another best of 3 elimination. They have to do it again. Now, you're going to have a lot of momentum behind you, obviously. It's probably something that's going to go well. But momentum only does so much.
Well, and I think that you only find momentum for a team. You have to re-find that momentum when you go up against a new team, because you reset your brain. You can have a little bit of confidence going into it, but I think momentum really has to be built up. And every time we restart, it's like a steamroller coming to a stop. So I am hopeful for Gen.G. I want to see them continue. I've been saying it all day. They've got the spirit. I want the underdog. And if you at home are rooting for an underdog, root for Gen.G. They could use your support because they're trying, and they have a lot of good French community behind them. They're very excited about it, and it's cool. It's cool to see all of those people gather up behind a team like this. So I'm hopeful that they can pull it off in one more map. Not sure what that map will be, but I'm sure that we will be loading into it in a moment here. But what are your thoughts? Because we've talked about how this is a light versus light battle, but let's pivot on to the mediums. Do you think that we've seen the DMAT and we've seen the healing beam in this light versus light? Which one's better?
I think the healing beam is still probably a little bit better.
Really?
Yeah.
I was going to say, in a light versus light scenario, having a DMAT lets your light have more mobility.
It does, but I also think that just the healing beam just enables so much, right? If you were running double light, maybe DMAT,
sure,
but
sure.
I think that it's hard to look at that in true isolation.
Yep.
Because I think it's a lot more about what does the DMAT or heal beam allow your heavy to do.
Yes.
And then that determines what your light is able to do, right? So in the way that Vanguard are playing, they're clearly playing around this sort movement. Our Pika finds people, and then the team jumps on top of them. That's the way they play, and so they have this like they're looking to enable their heavy by running DMAT and to play around, points and stuff like that, maybe abandon C4, whereas the other teams are looking to make sure that their fights can be sustained longer. You'll notice that they're not even running defibs on the side of Vanguard, right?
I missed that.
Executor's not been running defibs. They are purely based, like they are going to run in, and they're either going to wipe you or they're going to get wiped, right?
Well, and I noticed that too, because Vanguard Gaming, anytime they come into an engagement, they burn all of their utility.
Yes.
It is all or nothing. They are not holding anything back. And I think that that's a really interesting approach as well, because it kind of works for a lot of fights, but you just run that risk of an elongated fight that you have no utility, and that's where they can falter. So I don't know, if I was Gen G, maybe you would start to try and play around longer engagements, just knowing that one fact on how Vanguard just burns everything. They throw everything down, APS, Dome Shield, everything down just immediately. It's impressive.
Yeah, the longer these fights go, the more chance that Gen G has, just because they have the healing beam, they have the infuser. There's a lot of utility that they're going to have that is more sustained utility than burst use utility. And Executor's running a gas mine, which is not a combat. It's not a combat gadget; it's an area control gadget. So there's a lot of reasons why Gen G just need to slow things down if they can make sure. Like something we see from a lot of teams, and I haven't seen from them, is have a gateway that allows you to just run away. Have a gateway place so that when the fight starts and all the utility goes down, you run. And when that happens, then you say, okay, they burned everything, let's go back, let's find them, and let's go ahead and win the fight because they have nothing left in the tank, right? So as we get into our final match, that's what I want to see from them. That's what I want to see.
No, absolutely, and it'll be really exciting to see that. And hey, we've stalled long enough. We are loading into a map, and we'll find out here in just a moment, but this could be Gen G's opportunity. It's Fortune Stadium, heck yeah. Couldn't ask for a better way to wrap this one up, but yeah, this could be Gen G's opportunity to stay in the battle. As Walt said, it won't be over just yet, but I would love to see them get one more opportunity to do that. But if you're a fan of Vanguard Gaming, they could also use a little bit of support.
I am curious because I imagine Taiki Joe may be going back to that LH1 currently on a map like Fortune Stadium where you can hold down those long ranges. He is on the 93R. That is what I prefer to see. I definitely want to see him on the 93R. He's performing a lot better on that one right now. Vanguard, looking for a potential pad. They have the DMAT, something we saw so much in the past and we don't see anymore. That roof is going to be DMATted, and you're going to see a surprise RPG jump up from them. There it comes right now. The RPG looking to take him out, but they immediately run away. Gen G not taking part of this fight. Taiki Joe tries to stand and fight. He immediately pays for that. Going to go ahead and get winched in immediately. Nollik's going to go right the same way as his heavy. He actually wins that fight. Our Pika, all of a sudden it turns around. He's the last one left on Vanguard. He has to run away. Again, the last one left on Vanguard. Feels like we've told that story before.
Yeah, time and time again. A story as old as time. But yes, it is Rapika, the last remaining member. And I'm a little curious why they didn't decide to push on that. The vault hadn't been tapped. The Rapika didn't have a ton of dashes left in him, so they could have chased him down and tried to get the battle and then get the wipe. That would have secured them the vault and given them the chance to bring this vault anywhere. But hey, they have their strategy and they ain't listening to me. So it doesn't matter too much. There is a gateway thrown down. They didn't decide to take it out with the vault just yet, but they are now going on that bounce pad. They're about to go into a direct engagement though with Vanguard Gaming running into them on the other side of this wall. There's the DMAT to try and wrap him around, but Taiki Joe just got deleted by Rapika and an elbow to Drax.
Alex?
The last remaining member is OEX. Oh my god.
All right.
He came back?
Yeah, huge turnaround from there. Pacolem getting a nice two-piece, and then Alex bringing it right back. Almost, again, very low HP. And the second those fights start to drag out a little bit, there's just not enough sustainment. They have to get that quick. Now, it's going to be a very quick respawn for them. They're going to be active in a few seconds. But they are going to winch this out. It's going to go ahead and drop. Does it drop all the way? They put the goo. It's not enough. Unfortunately, you have to be so precise with these pulls. If you pull it a little bit too far, it's not going to hit the ground. It's just going to fall off, and then you have to do it all over again. And this is a big entry point
for Vanguard right now because they weren't able to do that.
Yeah, and it just eats away at your time and doesn't let you set up your defenses in the proper way. Now they're forced to stay up there. And look at this, the drop immediately for Vanguard Gaming is going to send Gen G scrambling. They're trying to get in there, but immediately Takey Joe is just eliminated from that first battle. And look at this, they don't even care to clean up on it. They want to try and get the flip right now, but there goes Noli, and there goes Packalim. Hate to see it, but they did die very quickly, and they will have at least one more solid opportunity to come at this cash out and find another path.
There goes those gas mines down. The area control is going to be really difficult, and running that heal beam does mean that they're going to be unable to drop that point without using a red barrel, an RPG, C4. They're going to have to put some gadgets into this instead of a charge of the DMAT. So a little bit harder for Gen G to drop it, and Vanguard are going to be ready for that. With the DMAT, they can drop floors a lot easier than Gen G may be able to, and they can go and pop up in unexpected places. So that's going to be what Gen G have to keep in mind as they push in towards this cash out.
Oh, and a little bit of a failed block on that bounce pad as well. I'm not sure if you saw that. That goo did not cover it, and it allowed Gen G to come right into it. But this gas is making it very challenging for them to find it. Vanguard Gaming needs to hold on for just a little bit longer, dealing a ton of damage on both sides. Although it looks like this cash out might be running low. Packalim standing in the gas, not sure what his plan was there. Takey Joe, the only remaining member of Gen G, is going to go down as well. And Vanguard Gaming secure the first cash out. Looking quite good so far, but this is the time in the last map that we saw Gen G find their footing and come back.
Great work from Vanguard so far. Again, with, outside of a couple issues here and there, they've been looking really, really solid. Gen G taking that game 2 in a very commanding, in a good fashion. But that was a scrappy game.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that here too. These teams are definitely feeling, they're feeling the pressure. This is where, these elimination games are where the rubber really meets the road.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunality that we have to cast them and watch these teams go home, because you can feel the tension on both sides of it. Both teams are playing their heart out. They don't want to make any mistakes, but sometimes that pressure really does add up. And now look at this, Vanguard Gaming holding the vault, bringing it over to the hospital cash out on this map, and it is not the way that you want to go. It is so difficult to get over there, but as I say that, Gen G have crossed the divide and gotten over here without taking a ton of damage, and they're bringing the fight directly to Vanguard Gaming.
Oh, a very aggressive push with that Vanish Bomb. They've separated the fight completely. Drax is isolated from the rest of his team. If they can catch the team right now, they're going to be a good spot. He's finally connected to his team. Eels coming through. He's getting that regen, but they're going for the steal. Going to get dropped by that DMAT in just a matter of seconds. There it is. DMAT goes down, but it doesn't pull him down. It's on a pixel. It's sitting there, and they're able to go ahead and get the flip. Gen G somehow pull that out of a hat. Arpika, on very low health, is immediately going to get shredded. Tries to get out with that gateway, but cannot do so. The points in the way.
Absolutely, and the cash out is running down. It is running away from them. Gen G are holding on strong, keeping everybody nice and healthy. Rapika went down, Drax went down, and there goes Executor. He jumped off the map, and it is in the end for Vanguard Gaming. They're going to have one more opportunity to come at this, but I have a feeling we're going to see 3 cash outs, Walt.
At this point, I think we are. Gen G did a really nice job with that one. Somehow getting that I would love to go back and look at exactly what happened on that cash out.
It's like a pixel. There's one tiny bar or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're going to have to take a look at the mesh on that one and see just, what's actually happening there. What didn't get dematted and what didn't get brought down, because that was definitely a lucky break for Gen G right there. They followed up on it as well. They were able to go ahead and perform. Nice goo to go ahead and block off so that jump pad is no longer useful. Gen G, they may have gotten a nice fortunate point with that DMAT early, but they still have to follow up on it. RPG being held by Knowledge, but he's being chased. He needs to fire that off. Eventually, he fires it off as he goes down. Executor finishes it off with the revolver. Only a few seconds left. They have to hold on to this. They're using a lot of their utility on the side of Vanguard. They drop it down. It's all the way on the floor. He's standing in the fire. He's holding the steel right now. 2 members on Gen G. They have to get onto it right now. 1 down, 2 down. RPG the last one left. Does he have the time? It's going to be so close. He might be able to pull this off. Is there enough time? No! Gen G managed to hold on the last possible second.
Oh my God. We're going to go see one more cash out. These teams are the closest teams I've seen all day. This is one hell of a battle, and I have no idea which way it's going to go. The vault has spawned, both teams making their approach over there. It looks like Vanguard Gaming might get there first, but we will see very shortly as the vault has been tapped. They're setting up an APS as well. It's a bit of an interesting play. They've got the gateway there. Maybe they're just trying to protect.
One catch out separates these teams
Somebody's
from
going
elimination. Somebody is going home right now. The next 3 to 4 minutes, somebody is gone, and somebody is going to move on and have a chance to go further. Vanguard and Gen G, they both want to be that team. They have a chance to move through, moving very quickly with a gateway and a DMAT. They're not going to be caught out, in Gen G on the back foot, not able to stop them. There goes the plug. Both uses of the DMAT. Both DMAT charges are gone. They don't have that utility left right now. As there they push in. APS goes down. He was expecting to catch the RPG with it, but he can't do it. Nolix immediately back at full health with all that healing. Pushes in. They're waiting for that. They're waiting for all of their utility to come back right now. Might open that wall. In just a second, they're going to back out. They know the utility is there. They want to play this safe. They want to play it slow. Pulling away a little bit. Both teams taking a bit of a breather as they look and try to figure out where they are. There goes the red barrel, finding them out. He does get some damage on that red barrel. At least a hit marker. Instantly healed back up, but now they're on the push. They don't know how much damage was done. They want to capitalize on it. Has that RPG at the ready. The APS hurt is still on the ground. Not going to be usable. Arpika been spotted out by the side of Knowledge. They're just chasing each other. The destruction is just all over the place. Somebody has to go for it. Finally, he decides to go for the steal. He's forcing them to come. There's the winch immediately from behind Knowledge. He's almost dead. He's going to go and get taken out. No! He actually pulls in the winch. It's turned around. Taku Joe takes out Arpika. Stretches next. Executed and follow. They're all dead. Gen G, they turned it around.
Oh my god, Walt, how did they do that? That did not look like it was in their favor. Even at that attempted steal, I thought that they had totally thrown it there, but they turned it on its head, got a flip in the exact manner that you want, and now they are in control of this cash out. They're going to be able to goo it off, get to height, and have all the time in the world to set this up. It is looking really good for Gen G, the underdog of this entire tournament, to send Vanguard Gaming home. But here's the approach, Walt, and take it out from here.
Oh my gosh, you want an example of why healing beam can do so much for you, bringing him alive just enough. Now they have to find a way to get this back. With that sustain, they could be able to just outlast them. Throws down that APS turret once again. There goes the DMAT. He's chasing. He winches it in there, but he's going to pay for it with his life. No, they got so aggressive with that. He's going to go down.
No!
Arpika, he takes out Taikyu Joe. It's all on Paculum. He has to find a way. He takes out one, but in the smoke, he can't find it.
No!
Is there a go? Is there anything? No, Vanguard. They're going to be able to turn it around. Gen G. It slips from their fingers. There's no chance they come back. Knowledge, he has to win this right now, but the time is gone. And Vanguard, they progress. Gen G are eliminated.
Oh, my heart breaks for Gen G, but Vanguard Gaming played that perfectly. Gen G had the setup, they had the timing, they had everything in their favor, but they pushed in there too aggressively, and it cost him his life. And that is just where my heart breaks. Gen G, what an amazing run you have had throughout this entire Grand Major. Everybody that's been watching at home, this is a team to follow. I promise you, this is not the end of them, and we will see them again. But Vanguard Gaming, not out of the woods just yet. They still have another elimination coming up.
There's more?
Yeah, there's more.
There's more? Oh
that
my
was the
God.
wrap-up. That felt like the end of the Grand Major.
Right? What did it say? Going down, Vanguard getting picked off like that, and then being able to pull it back and go for that steal last minute, and the defensive setup just wasn't quite there. It just wasn't quite there. Knowledge going out on his own without the healing, that is the entire purpose, right, of having that, is that he can have the sustain, and instead he gets caught out by himself a little bit, going down so quickly, and his winch, bringing it into that corner, actually ended up being better for Vanguard at the end of the day because it's in a corner and the angles weren't great. Paculum was only able to see one of them instead. The other was tucked right behind that barricade that he put down.
Yeah.
It all went wrong at the last possible second. We're so close to glory.
You know what? I had somebody tell me a phrase that I need to use, and I have the exact situation to use it. It was a Rube Goldberg of failures. And that is exactly what happened there. It just worked out, unfortunately, in their favor. But that is how the cookie crumbles. I think that, I don't know, Waltz, do you have anything else to say about this group? We talked about a lot about them through the matches, but I think that we might even need a minute to catch our breaths before we get into this next one.
Oh yeah, we got one more coming up for you. We have another best of 3 elimination, our final elimination, and I believe the final match on this B stream.
Yeah.
You'll see us on the main stage soon after this next one. But we have Ape Squad versus Vanguard next. So there is one more elimination match So far, we've said goodbye to 3 teams now. We've said goodbye to FN Esports, we've said goodbye to 5 Fears, and we have said goodbye to Gen G.
Yep.
So, unfortunately, those 3 teams no longer with us, unable to progress further. A lot of EU teams, Rio, saying goodbye today. And this next one's going to be a lot. We're going to head to a break right now. We'll be back in just a few minutes with our final elimination match.
I saw you check going crazy.
Yeah. They're low at 800.
Yeah.
Guys, want to give you a quick update. Because of some of the delays, we're actually going to be heading to the main stream. So this is it for us on the B stream. We're going to be heading back over to the main stage where they are going to be covering the last elimination match. So we're going to have to say goodbye to you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Rio, you want to say goodbye?
Yeah, absolutely, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. We had a blast. I've been waiting for so long to actually cast in person with Waltz, and this is a dream come true. So I have loved watching all of these matches. I have loved seeing all of you react to them, and I can't wait to see you guys on the A stream. So we're going to wrap it up here, and we'll see you on the main one. Have a good one, guys.
Have a good one.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the B stream part 2. I didn't think we'd be back, but we have some more matches to get into, and it is going to be quite fun. This time, Waltz has been replaced with Sonsoyo, one of my favorite people, so this will be a little bit different.
I'm here. We're going to be having some great matches for you. This is going to be a cash-out match featuring Pulsar, Ape Squad, King Zero, and Team Secret. This is going to be a crazy one for you. We just watched Ape Squad get knocked out with King Zero on the main broadcast. So this is kind of wrapping us up, continuing that storyline from there to here. So it should be a great match for you. Who do you think is going to be going to win this? How do you think this is going to play out?
So looking at all of the teams, I honestly was really impressed with King Zero. They're a team that I hadn't seen a ton for, but they had good strategy, they had good pacing, even good aim. So that's a really kind of my dark horse. But I'm not just throwing you a ball here. I've been impressed with Ape Squad today. I really have been. They've made it this far, and I don't think that they're going to give in easily.
Yeah, they've been doing tons of training. I've kind of hopped into coach as well. We have a fantastic coach, Tony Courts, as well as Ash being our assistant coach. But I know Pulsar has what it takes. Everyone's been practicing, you can't say the least, but we do have one main Goliath in this lobby, and it's going to be Team Secret. It's going to be an amazing match to see how these teams adapt. I have seen a lot of these teams, especially in the prior match, just give these stronger teams a little bit of a pass, which kind of has changed from what we've seen in close qualifiers with them having such a big target on their back.
Well, and what do you mean by a little bit of a pass? Are they just kind of letting them get a cash out and just ignoring them, or what do you expand on that just a little bit?
Well, I think a lot of teams are comfortable basically letting them go, kind of play their own game, either that being a 3v3 or just letting them take it because they want to kind of get that lead. All teams are caring about in this moment is those do or die moments, that final cash out, maybe getting that double, but they need to get ahead, and a lot of these teams are feeling the pressure to earn that first box and just go third party the group of teams that in this case isn't going to be Team Secret. But we're going to see how this map plays out, whether or not it's similar to that or if we see the narrative of Team Secret being targeted.
Yeah, it'll be really exciting to finally get into it, but I'm curious, do you think that we will see doubles, or is this going to be a more standard contained cash out?
In this lobby in particular, I think the only team that would go for a double would be Pulsar. Yeah. We have seen Fnatic double in the past, but in this kind of lobby, even if they were put in it, I'm not sure if they would do it as long as they aren't going up against Team Secret. We're going to be hopping into this match, however. We're going to be starting off with Ape Squad. Krieger Blue, he had a fantastic 3v3 clutch. He clutched up a 1v3 situation in the final seconds against Vanguard, knocking them out. But this fight starts off with two teams fighting it out and duking it out.
Ooh, unfortunate Winchclaw pulling Krieger Blue into that stairwell, though. He is able to survive for just a little bit longer in this engagement. Sadly, though, going down towards one of KZ's members. Looks like he got wiped right after that. You're going to get a res off on Pulsar Blue, get Sparrow back into the battle, heal him right back up from Boo Boo, and then go tap that vault. They're right next to Vault 2, so they should have the opportunity to grab it, tap it, but there is Sparrow already getting into engagement out in that hallway. But look at this, the building facade just comes crumbling down on top of them.
Yeah, and fortunately for Pulsar, they're going to have a relatively easy rotate over to that plug as well. We see Team Secret locking down this hospital cash out. This is going to be a fantastic opportunity for them to potentially manipulate spawns, but I think they just opt to back up, let King Zero rotate in as they do. They do have that invis bomb in hand, so they are able to kind of make that jump pad play relatively easy, group up, invis the team, and rotate over, but they're going to opt for going solo with the gateway and getting their team right inside. Don't want to deal with any potential damage coming their way.
Yeah, right now King Zero wanting to get in there, finding a little bit more damage. Kung Fu trying to stay alive in that, but sadly that Winchclaw will pull him out of there, and unfortunately we can't tell how they survived the
And that was a crazy, crazy fight from Team Secret, just coming in with such dominance. But we're going to see Ape Squad and Pulsar Blue duke it out right here. They're going to be going in on this high ground. Pulsar Blue gets taken out quickly. Sparrow drops, and that's going to put them in a pretty precarious situation because it makes it a 2v3 situation. Ape Squad now going to be able to get a free steal, it seems like, as we do look for that reset on Sparrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And Roma trying to stay in this battle as well. Both Team Secret and Ape Squad holding on to their cash outs. Sparrow doing some great mid-air movement as well, dealing some hellfire from above. And this cash out slowly ticks away. Ape Squad is maintaining control. Seems like they're a level below it, which is an interesting way to play this cash out, especially with Pulsar Blue being so hot on their heels. They're now going for a flip right now. Pulsar Blue trying to stay in there. They threw the goo down there, but the winch claw pulls it right out from beneath them. But that might have been a waste of a winch claw to pull it out that early. But right now, a lot of cash, a lot of things going off. Explosions left and right on this cash out. But here comes Pulsar Blue. They want to try and grab it again. Brutal Logic throwing on there, throwing down a little bit of a goo fortress around everything. They're pulled off of it and unable to hold on. Pulsar Blue.
Yeah, that's exactly what Pulsar Blue wants. They're so good at finding the proper moments and figuring out how to get those last second steals. They got some early picks, and that offered them a great advantage in this fight, but that's not going to be left alone because King Zero's here. I don't think they have any opportunity. They may have gotten on there in perfect timing, but I don't think they're going to be able to get that. They get knocked off of it, and again, Pulsar Blue does secure this. They're up a little bit of kills as alongside Team Secret. And this is kind of what we're talking about. Teams are okay letting Team Secret kind of take those 3v3 fights, let them play their own game. This is going to be the moment whether or not these teams potentially look for a double or start third-partying. That first cash out just kind of gives you a pretty good lead, and this is where things start getting serious because winning this cash out if you've won the first one is just massive.
Yeah, absolutely. Pulsar Blue is sitting pretty at first place with just a little bit over $1,000 to their name, holding strong. But second place Team Secret. This is an interesting battle with two teams so close at the top and two teams so far at the bottom. Got about 16K between the top and the bottom. So it's an interesting way to be playing at this. Cash Out D has been started by Pulsar Blue, and again, Team Secret on the other side of the map getting their cash out started as well. And my God, Tinsoil, this is a crumbly build.
Yeah, this is a building that has seen its better days, and it's interesting to see how Pulsar and Team Secret are still going to be going to get those plugs. They're in a great position to continue their dominance in this match, but you never know what might be on the horizon, whether or not that's Ape Squad coming in for a third party or whether or not they're going to be going for that 3v3 on the other side of the map. It does look like Ape Squad feels a little bit more comfortable taking on Pulsar Blue as opposed to Team Secret. I mean, I definitely know Ape Squad has practiced and scrimmed up against Team Secret time and time again, but with OG kind of back in the mix, things may have changed in terms of their perspective.
Absolutely. Having OG back in the mix changes everything. They had been scrimming with different people and not even OG as much as they could. They didn't think that he would be here, so it is a short of a miracle. And honestly, I'd love to see that run continue on as long as possible. We're watching Pulsar Blue now as they are down one member, but this cash out is ticking down. They need to hold on for as long as possible. Throwing down that bounce pad underneath the cash out is a great strategy in case it drops down, but I think it has 2 floors to drop down before it can even reach that bounce pad, so it's a bit of a risky play. Actually, I think that's 3 levels, so I'm not sure what they're thinking just yet, but the cash out is still in their hands. Pulsar Blue haven't traded hands just yet, and Sparrow is even back in the battle.
Well, I mean, they're going to be winching it over, and that's going to deny that bounce pad from underneath. And Brutal Logic may have to RPG it down himself unless he uses it to break that hole right open. But the goo comes out. The steal doesn't get stopped by that goo. Oh, he blocked it. Manda got in the way of that, but we see a third party in this. It looks like King Zero is going to come out on top. And, you know, this is not what we like to see. Team Secret, like we were talking about earlier on, they had a fantastic run getting that lead, and now they're just being left alone, like kind of what we talked about in the pregame. Yep. Nobody wants to fight them.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a really interesting choice when nobody wants to go against one team. You're just fighting out basically a quick cash at that point because you're going against 3 teams and not 4 teams, and it just makes everything that much more difficult, especially if you're somebody like Ape Squad. They're struggling to find their footing right now, but everything could change if Team Secret decide they want to bring Ape Squad with them and maybe double this next cash out. It's all going to turn its head in just a moment as soon as they get started, but right now, Krieger Blue taking a ton of damage onto members of Pulsar Blue, dropping down in there, trying to get the cleanup on Brutal Logic, and they do get the wipe. Now they're making their way towards cash out, towards Vault 6 to get the tap. Maybe this is where they start to build some momentum.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty interesting situation. They have to, Ape Squad basically has to double this to secure their qualification. And I mean, Team Secret is also along the same page. They want to get this cash out doubled. They want to kind of secure their position, but some great damage, great tracking from coming out from Helix there. And now we're going to be going in on again, going in, trying to chase down and find the fight as well. Ching Fu gets taken out.
Yeah, it's an interesting play because King Zero now down to just one member. I think that they were able to coin in their other member, but he still has 4 seconds before he comes back into this battle. Team Secret, on the other hand, as just sitting away, sitting pretty, watching their cash out tick away in that hospital spawn. We should probably turn our attention towards cash out B, where the action is about to kick off as Ape Squad is here, ready to get into the action. Hold on tight if they can. Mr. Red Fox, good dashes, getting out of dodge. He needs to go back in there and get some kills.
Yeah, and so long as Ape Squad holds on to this as well as Team Secret on the other side, they're going to be in a good position, but it could be anyone's game. I mean, we see a big pick come out from Krieger Blue, and however, he does get taken out just after that. Manda also goes down, and we have Ching Fu also taking that point. They do find that flip. Team Secret may come over pretty quickly, but if they leave, they could be out for elimination. They don't want to lose that point. They need to hold on to it because the only people who can take that point is Ape Squad if they want to secure their victory.
Yep, here comes Ape Squad. They've spawned back in right now. King Zero holding strong on this cash out. This cash out still has more than half of its time left before it runs out. They're making their approach in the stairwell. A little bit of a risky play, but it might work for them if they can find a pick almost immediately, and that's what they're looking for. Boo Boo trying to get some shots off of it from Pulsar Blue, looking to get any kill that he can, but Sparrow now being pushed aside as he's waiting to res his health back up. But here comes the attempt. Everybody's getting on top of it. Lots of healing going off, going through that gateway as well. Everybody is wanting to grab cash out B.
Yeah, and Red Fox finds a pick on Boo Boo, and that's not looking too pretty for Pulsar Blue. They're going to have to do something. They were the team that kind of broke this fight out. They were the ones to start on that forced point, bring King Zero out into the mix. But we only have 30 seconds left. We have Boo Boo on it last second. It's going to come down to the wire. Will Team Secret come in and help another team in, or will they want to get King Zero? But we do see everyone being taken out. Sparrow dropping Ching Fu. And now it's just Ape Squad sitting pretty, and it's OG as well. And he's the only one to stop it. Yeah. And they're going to be giving it to Ape Squad, securing their spot against Team Secret.
Wow, that was amazing. OG just didn't want to go for it. He didn't want to try and stall. He wanted to bring them in. And his Ape Squad and Team Secret. What a way.
Yeah, and honestly, based on how that went, Team Secret the entire time won their 3v3s initially and just were left alone the entire time. We saw a little bit of pushback on that plug, but overall, King Zero opted to go play that third party. They were very comfortable with that. And it just did not work on their favor because Pulsar needed to make something happen. They wanted to hop on point, broke out that fight, and Ape Squad just coming out on top. I mean, 3 up, even with OG, even if he tried to stop it, I do believe Ape Squad 3 versus 1 in the entire lobby probably would have gotten it.
I think so, but you never know. That's what makes the finals so exciting. You can have somebody dive in there at the last second with a goose stall and just stop it for everybody. That's what makes it fun. But honestly, look at these kills. Look at the scoreboard. Pulsar Blue, the kill leader, but down at the bottom. They must have gotten wiped too many times that it just impacted their bottom line and just not able to secure those cash outs at the end.
Yeah, and I do like to know, I believe it was Jerry who talked about Sparrow kind of keeping the team's KD up on Pulsar Blue. I mean, he's known as the fragger. He's such a good light and very potent. He's able to find those off angles, but I do know at times he likes to get a little bit greedy in those situations. Overall, I mean, fantastic match. Team Secret, Ape Squad, moving on.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is an elimination bracket. It could have been the elimination cash out, and that might be the end of the road for King Zero and
yeah, we're not
Pulsar.
Sure, but that's okay because we're gonna leave it up to speculation and say that it might have been. But we will continue this, and I think that we're going to be seeing Ape Squad versus Team Secret next, which will be a great matchup to see who goes into tomorrow and who has a little bit longer road ahead of them.
Yeah, and this whole bracket has been an entire marathon. These teams have practiced so long, they don't want to give up yet. They're putting everything they can, the pedal to the metal in these matches. And now it's going to be Team Secret, just like Rio said, versus Ape Squad. How do you think these two teams stack up in 3v3s?
Oh boy, that's a really good one because Team Secret, I think, originally really struggled in their 3v3s. I think that they have made leaps and bounds lately to improve on those 3v3s, but it's really going to be if they can go up against Ape Squad and how they play their 3v3s. So I really don't know. It's a coin flip. I'm going to say it's a coin flip.
You're saying it's a coin flip.
I really feel that way.
Honestly, Ape Squad, in my opinion, has been so good at cash out. They know how to get those rotations down. In that last match, you saw them get third party just so often. Yep. Even when they had a proper fight, King Zero came in at the last second, kind of cleaned things up, kind of added some chaos. But even on that last one, how they were able to play to their timing and be the last ones in that fight. Yeah. Obviously, it had an OG up at the last second, but ultimately, they played their timing right. They played everything correctly, and they ended up on top in that match.
Yep, and that's how it all plays out. But I think we're going to throw to a real quick break right now, just while we set up the players on their computers and get ready for the 3v3. So stay tuned. We'll be right back in about 2 minutes or so for the next cash out, or the next game, the next 3v3. Hello, everybody. Welcome back again. We are about to start off the 3v3s with Team Secret and Pulsar, right?
No, Ape Squad.
Ape Squad. You're right.
Ape Squad.
It has been a long
day, Rio. I mean, I know it's been so long, and we are very, very hungry over here.
Yeah.
But it's been a great time. We cannot be happier to be here with Ape Squad versus Team Secret. It's going to be a blast in this 3v3. I'm not entirely sure if we'll get the information of the map bans before we head into the match.
Yeah.
However, I know we're going to have a great set coming at you today. We're going to be going into Fortune Stadium as our first map for you, and this is going to be a big one, guys. This is going to kind of set the tempo and start the momentum on going into the next game. But as we roll out into this Vault 1, this is going to be a very important fight because you do have that hospital point over on that side. Both teams, I know for a fact, knows how to spawn camp if they do get that plug. And I mean, Fortune Stadium's known for having these bad spawns. Look how far Ape Squad spawned away from this vault.
Yeah, I see. It is quite a journey for them to get over there, and it seems like they might even make it there right around the time that Secret are there. No, Secret have plenty of time to set up. Now they're bounce padding over, trying to go underneath it and maybe get the tap directly on it. Secret got the tap, but Ape Squad are here. They're bouncing over, going towards that rooftop, bringing down that dome shield. Man, it just deleted right in there. But see Roma trying to find the next member, Krieger Blue, being one of the last remaining members, with Mr. Red Fox surviving on just a sliver of HP, and it looks like they've turned the battle around.
Yeah, and that sliver of HP meant so much because they were able to get that H+ infuser right into Krieger Blue and get that flip on that fight. I mean, getting that res as well, just locking in, and Ape Squad taking the first cash out, first vault, which may come to us as a surprise for a lot of people, but Team Secret, they've had a long time to get here. And at this point, it comes down to momentum, comes down to how much fuel you have left in the tank. This could be the difference maker in this group, and Ape Squad has been working tirelessly to improve their 3v3s, and I know Team Secret has as well.
Yeah, well, we're going to see who is on top after this match for sure, because both teams have been really working on their 3v3s, so this is quite exciting as they're going over their Team Secret, going through a gateway. Alex get caught out a little bit, taking a ton of damage and switching over to healing his teammates right back up. Mando went down in that first fight, but Alex did as well. These teams are finally battling it out, but it looks like Team Secret just got completely wiped for the second time this map. These are very quick and explosive fights. They're not wanting to draw them out. They're not wanting to hold the battle and just let it go on. But this is really exciting because they're fun little flashpoints that are happening right now.
Yeah, exactly. And they know exactly how to spawn trap. They spawned them over in that corner by the NGMO building, forced them to come across that drawbridge, and really just dived on them. They got a little bit too aggressive there and took a lot of damage, lost it, kind of made it a 50-50 fight after dropping down, but they were able to swing the fight back in their favor, calling out from that high ground and getting some good shots. But now, Roma trying to throw that gateway, hit that goo and did not make it over, so they have to make a second attempt. Ape Squad going in again. I think it's better to just drop back, play your space, play your time, because this team knows exactly what you're going to do this time. But they did even it up, make it a 2v2, but Amanda's now taking a lot of damage. They do get that pick, and it's just 2v2 because they found that reset again, and 30 seconds left on this point. If they backed up, they would have just had the opportunity to just sit tight, play that drop, play that stall, but now Red Fox is going to have to hope for the best in a 2v1 situation. He needs to find a pick, maybe on this light, to find that aggression to be able to get this stall. I don't know, maybe find a red barrel. You need something.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Ape Squad as he has been wiped. Team Secret have plenty of time to just casually walk in there, get the flip. And yeah, that is just the unfortunate thing about being way too out of position and then going at an aggressive battle when you had all the time in the world to kite it. I'm not sure what made them play it that way, but it is a long day for everybody, and everybody is just fried at this point. So you got to remember that coming up with crazy strategies kind of goes out the window a little bit.
Yeah, and now we're going to be spawning back in. Ape Squad going to try and make their approach. The glitch trap does go down from Elix. It's surprising to see. I mean, that thing is definitely underrated in this meta. You can just basically negate the winches that are going to be dragging those points away, pulling your players out of position whenever you force point. But now we're going in strong. We get an early pick. Red Fox going in quickly, finding that pick on Elix, but it's not going to work out for Ape Squad, as Amanda's going to be the last one up on the team and gets taken out by a red barrel.
That was a good red barrel, though. Just gotta say, that was a perfectly placed red barrel. I love just getting kills like that. It's just so satisfying, you know, because those red barrels can be so, I don't know, not accurate at times. You know, sometimes I throw them and it's just like, no, I'm actually gonna go to my right. You want to go straight? Nah, not today. But now Team Secret have the upper hand. They both have the cash and the opportunity to get this vault over here as well and get it started on Cash Out B. They have moved it, and that's exactly what's happening right now, bringing it up to the top. Gonna drop it down a little bit. This is my favorite spot on the entire map, Sector 4. It's a very fun little claustrophobic area with tons of hallways, tons of corners, and tons of areas to really get caught out on. So they're starting their approach now. Ape Squad have come to height there at the same level as Team Secret. They're starting their approach right now, pinging everybody, trying to find them out and get a little bit of damage, a little bit of poke damage to see if they can find an opening in any level.
Yeah, and now we're going to be going in, dropping an early dome from both teams as they back up, going to be trying to find a different angle. They don't want to take that fight. Team Secret definitely having the ability to kite around. They have the point in their possession, has a great opportunity to just run, but they may be looking for a fight here. That glitch trap may offer them an opening, but instead they choose to just back up. Yet again, maybe you found the winch comes out and Manda may be in trouble. He does a decent bit of damage, but it gets healed right up back from that H1 infuser, as well as the heal beam. And Red Fox also goes down. Roma just beaming with that 93R as Krieger Blue going to be the last one up. I'm not sure if he's going to be waiting for that coin or will he be found. He's going to be backing up, playing his life, and waiting for this coin.
But 20 seconds waiting for Mr. Red Fox to get back in there. I know they're going to start the push when Amanda comes back in here, but that is going to be so detrimental. We're about to see this first map go the favor of Team Secret just because they couldn't figure out how to go together as a team. It's really a little bit heartbreaking. And right now, look at Team Secret setup. They are on top of this cash out. They are not going to take a second to let this fall out of their hands. This is going to be incredibly difficult for Ape Squad as they start their push. They invis grenade going down in there, trying to go for a nice little winch, pulling it into a better position, throwing down Dome Shield. This might be their opportunity. Some goo is going down as well. They're trying to stick the steel. Krieger Blue
it doesn't fall.
The opportunity. It does not fall. And he is holding it for dear
life.
They
get it, but it's just Red Fox.
They got the flip, but Mr. Red Fox has to hold on and stay alive for about 5 more seconds. And it seems like he might have done it unless they hold the stick
the debris,
right
though.
now. Did they get it? They got the flip. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Less than a half a second left. Just timing. This game comes down to timing. Oh, it breaks my heart. But only the first one.
Yeah, exactly. And this game kind of has a little bit of a callback to the Vanguard matches we saw earlier against Ape Squad. Just those fine margins of little decisions, little timing things that come out in the finals. And I mean, that is the finals. It's all about timing, all about positioning, especially in these 3v3s. I mean, cash out is as well. I mean, it's just fantastic to see how these pro teams have adapted not only to cash out and translating that to 3v3, but vice versa. Because, I mean, look at this scoreboard. We see a pretty even fight back and forth. Nobody really stands out. It's just that Team Secret found those moments on that first cash out, and Ape Squad just missing so narrowly on that final cash out in that game.
Just getting that flip right at the end and only needing half a second more to kite it for, that is unfortunate. But I want to say that Ape Squad really gave a good performance. We almost had them grab that cash out and bring us to 3 cash outs. And at that point, it would have been anybody's game. So Ape Squad can't be counted out of this battle just yet, even though Team Secret had a little bit more of a stronger showing. But if we go back to the kills, they were pretty even as well. There was nobody in the lobby that was a heavy hitter or anything like that.
Yeah, and we're going to be going next match into Bernal. So this is going to be one of our more interesting maps because you can get suspended structures, you can get standard formation as well. So this is going to be up to the gods deciding how this match is played out. Both have like their pros and cons, especially. However, it's generally a long-range map, but we have seen some of these APAC teams run Charge and Slam with some success on this map. It just can be very, very difficult when you're playing a seasoned veteran of these EU and NA teams.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to get into it because Bernal is just very unique, and especially just with all of the head glitching that goes on and just trying to find the height at Cathedral. Like that turns into the central point of the map for a lot of the cash outs. So it's a very unique one. We see it all the time. And why do you think it has become a favorite map since solo?
Honestly, I feel like it's just pretty balanced. There's a couple points that can be pretty bad. You have the amphitheater area, which is very difficult to push, as well as a few cash outs up on the cathedral. If you get that one in that upper bell tower, that can be relatively tough. You have like basically a guaranteed stop because it drops 3-4 floors, knocks down the stairs. There's no way you're riding that thing like a surfboard. But as we go into this match, this is going to set the tone. Whether or not Ape Squad can continue to keep the margins very close and squeak out those wins, or will Team Secret kind of run away with the momentum and move forward in Bernal?
Well, it all comes down to this potentially for Ape Squad. Can they find their footing as we get started on Bernal? Vault 2 has spawned. Ape Squad seems a little bit closer towards it. Team Secret, though, very close behind as they start this engagement on the rooftop. Manda getting ready to RPG pad down. Gets a nice shot off, but immediately his teammates heal him right back up. Manda, very low health, but staying in the battle, gets pushed off to the side and sadly turns into a puddle of coins. Now Krieger Blue looking for any information. He knows that they're close, grabbing that totem, but at what cost? He
does get a wow
at all because he got that kill. He is surviving on just a sliver of HP, and it would be great if he could stay in this battle, but now Manda, the only person remaining, has half health after getting res right back into it. Now they bring their teammate right back into this as well, and Manda deleted.
And look at that glitch trap. He throws the glitch trap perfectly timed, blocking that winch. Manda just needed to push his advantage, get that winch off earlier, deny that res to be able to swing that fight in his favor. Just small little micro decisions that we're seeing that are swinging these fights in Team Secret's favor in that first vault. But now, I mean, it hasn't even been tapped. It just got tapped just now. They still have to rotate all the way over to A to get this plug happening. And now Ape Squad spawning back in, have a little bit of a trek. They may be able to get that glitch or that denial if they get there in time. It doesn't look like they're going to be allowed because OG just going to be sitting back there on that high ground and denying that gateway from being stopped.
Yeah, it's a great play in all honesty, and now Krieger Blue coming in behind them. They don't know this just yet, but Roma is able to turn on a dime and able to turn the tide of the battle. Now it's just Roma versus Manda. Roma getting reloaded with that 93R. He does have a good sideline for him. He knows that Manda is in that building, but he needs to do something quick before the long res comes out, and he gets Manda and deletes him right there. Roma gonna res his teammates back up and take control of this vault.
Oh my gosh. Coming around that corner, pre-glitching, because the only thing standing in between your way is that winch or the glitch. Whatever comes out first is how the game is going to be going. But we have a little bit of a technical pause in this game as we go through with Roma. Has the box in hand, rotating over to the cash out. Just nice little glowing. I mean, it looks pretty nice on the night mode.
Yeah, it does. I'm just trying to figure out what his hands are doing because they look like he's cupping a weapon that's not there. And just kind of like a finger gun thing. Yeah, you see this layout? Look, good job, Rita. What is he holding on to? What secrets does he know?
What secrets does he hold? It looks like he's holding a mug of coffee. Bring it to the cash out. I know I definitely want some caffeine right about now.
Bring it our way.
But, I mean, this is going to be an interesting match. I mean, it hasn't even been started, basically. This defense is going to be a huge advantage for Team Secret as Ape Squad still has 10 seconds to respond. But overall, I mean, luckily for everybody, no suspended structures in sight on this match, and it's just going to be keep going and going in Bernal. It's going to be a lot of head glitches. And as we've seen, Roma kind of has been a little bit of an X factor for Team Secret currently. And Krieger, to me, has been pretty surprising in this match and this matchup so far.
No, Krieger Blue surprises me a lot. And I appreciate a good medium that knows when you need to switch in between healing and doing damage. That is the ultimate crux of a medium player. How do you do that appropriately and support your team and deal that firepower? And I am really seeing a good balance from him. And it's why I'm a little surprised that they seem to be struggling just a little bit. He even had a great wraparound at that moment. And I thought he got completely behind all of Team Secret, but sadly, Roma just knows how to turn and just delete anybody that's dealing damage to them. But we're back in the game. Ape Squad are here. Cash Out A has now been started, and thank you for your patience, everybody.
Yeah, we're going straight into Cash Out A, as Rio just said. We're going to be posturing up on this high ground. Ape Squad doesn't know that Roma is sitting up there in Viz. Maybe they can hear him. I'm not sure. It's very faint, but he's not moving a muscle. He's looking for an opportunity. Using that Invis bomb, and now going in for an RPG. OG has a great opportunity to block that with his with his bubble and dome shield. And now the fight's going to be breaking out. They do find a pick on Elix. And we're going 1v1 around that corner against OG. And OG finds that other pick. OG finds 3, getting supported by Roma with those heals.
Yeah, that was a great cleanup by Roma. It is really interesting when an entire team seems to pivot on one player, and they really wait for Roma to kind of get those pop-off kills. But also, OG being an incredibly strong and aggroed heavy player, getting the kills up there too. 6 kills to his name as we are watching the respawn by Ape Squad. Looked like somebody was jumping into camera. They wanted to get their, they say hi to mom real quick.
At least 3 of those kills from OG just came in that last fight right there. We're already going in, only 45 seconds left. They have a good opportunity. They found some entry damage, but it's not going to be enough to really sway things in their favor. They're going to be able to reset this, but they have to drop down, maybe force point, because Team Secret's just going to be chilling inside that building, waiting for anybody to force point. They gateway. Look at that gateway. They took it to the other side, rotating around quickly. I was wondering where they went, but now they're going in, trying to deny that, but they still have 15 seconds left to deny, 10 seconds left to deny now. Ape Squad needs to make their approach on this cash out. We do see someone baiting it off, trying to get that C4. They need a goose setup to try and get this, but it's not going to be enough. We see 2 kills, and it's just going to be OG. Is anybody on that point?
Nope, nobody was there. Unfortunately, the time just ticked away, and OG, the lone remaining member, was able to get out of dodge as well. You can still see that they're wanting to hunt him down just a little bit. OG is just ready to fight. He gets into an engagement right off the bat and brings Manda down, even though he knows he is completely outnumbered. He is just wanting to pad that scoreboard of his. He gets 1 kill in there, but for what? He just stalled his teammates for a little bit longer as they're moving towards the vault. So Ape Squad will be able to get the tap on the vault, but it won't mean much because by the time they even make it over there, pretty much Team Secret will have respawned.
Yeah, Team Secret respawning in 3 seconds. It's going to be just getting that tap, getting up that gateway, and maybe making an early rotation, but with Team Secret spawning so close, it could be so dangerous. But realistically, Team Secret knows they're just going to hold the points, put them to their back, and just sit tight, wait for Ape Squad to make that first move, and they do see that as Roma pushes back up, just gargoyling up on this, but he almost gets caught off guard, he almost gets taken out, and finally makes his escape. But no chase in sight, especially with an invis. It's very important to follow up on that damage because there's no escape for them.
Oh, and here it comes. They're bounce padding in. RPG did connect a little bit on Alex, but he needs to stay in this battle. There's a good winch claw pulling their heavy out of it, and there goes OG, just deleted right away. Now they're looking for their next victim. They know that they've got to be close. Looks like Alex got a little bit out of position, which might have contributed towards OG going down. And Ape Squad looks like they are trying to chase the vault now because Roma just decided to go bye-bye, and he's going to go plug that vault.
Yeah, and now Roma just grabbing the vault, rotating it away. He wants to keep it as far away, put Ape Squad in the same position as they just started, rotating the box. Going to have to retake this fight because OG just coined in. Or maybe not. Maybe they're going for the full res. Look at that. Wow. Elix gets the full res, and OG's just right back up, saving all of their resources. Just going to play the long game and set up once again.
No, that's a really good decision, in all honesty, because playing the coins puts you at a little bit of a disadvantage because you're not on top of your teammates. You have to regroup and then find your way to go towards this next vault. And this vault fight has been going on for a while. We saw it be grabbed, run away from, and now it's finally in the hands of Manda as he's waiting at that gateway. Gonna go through that gateway and get really close towards Cash Out C, but he's still got a little bit of a distance ahead of him. He's wanting to make the approach right now, but all of Team Secret are there. They know which way that Ape Squad want to go, and they're ready to intercept. But here is Roma. He didn't hit a single shot of them mid-air. That would have been an absolute critical time. And not only that, but Krieger Blue turns around and gets the kill.
Yeah, Krieger Blue has been beaming, but we're going to be turning this around because 2 of Ape Squad are going to be taken down by Elix. Elix answering back with the FAMAS. I mean, if one medium can do it, the next can do it as well. Elix proving that. Mr. Red Fox does find that kit pick, and now he does maybe get away with his life. He needs to get that regen as a light. That's pivotal, and maybe he may have the opportunity to take him out again. They're both going to be looking for that reset instead. They get up Krieger, and this is going to be pivotal because both teams get their mediums up, which means they have that defib available to be able to get those bodies and get that. But the glitch traps goes down to try and deny that, but Eli's going to get taken out. Red Fox is going to be traded out as well. It's going to be Krieger and Manda versus OG in Roma. This is a very, back and forth fight.
This
and
is
it's
still
Manda.
it's still a vault fight, but there it goes. Now it's been plugged. It has been plugged by Secret as well, but Manda, the one remaining
Now it's a
member,
1v1.
turns it into a 1v1, and they get pulled into it. The winch claw's going off. Who's gonna take it?
Oh my god!
OG surviving with about a fourth of his HP. It was the first one to get that winch claw, and I think he dealt some really good headshots on him, and they just could not come back from that. A little bit heartbreaking, but look at this. OG with 11 kills. I've pointed this out all day that I have seen him. He is time and time again the most aggressive heavy player probably in the entire scene. There are a few others like him, but not many.
Yeah, OG really popping off in this matchup. I do know H Squad loves fighting up close and personal. They thrive in the chaos of cash out, so it would surely match in 3v3s. They love the chaos. They love these buildings falling because they thrive in the rotations. But as we go in, cash out C, it's going to be their potentially the last cash out of the series as we go in.
Yeah, absolutely, and they have dropped it down to the ground floor. This might be a good opportunity for them because I don't even see where Team Secret are at this moment. Ape Squad trying to build a little bit of a goo fortress, a goo roof and everything, but there is Team Secret. They are off to the side and the left, throwing down those glitch grenades, throwing down the dome shield as well. It seems like they might have wasted that just a little bit. They need to go in and find the kill because they are stuck and down a barrel, and look at this. We're able to get Roma down in the battle. Can they find a second one? There goes OG. He needs to get the third one down. He gets Red Fox back in this. This is a pivotal moment for them, but they need to get this last kill. Can they get it? Oh no! What just happened there? Alex survived on just a sliver of HP, bringing them all down.
Yeah, honestly, you need, in that situation, it's so tough. Does Krieger Blue heal the heavy? Does he go for the defib on the light? Does he go for the chow? Does he heal the light while he chows? There's so many decisions in that moment, and it can play out a million different ways. Team Secret taking it 2-0.
That is a very impressive way to wrap it up. Honestly, that clutch at the end is what we live for. Sad to see Sonsoyo, but, you know, that is the way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. But they played their heart out. I am really impressed with Ape Squad. They weren't able to really get a cash out, but they fought. They had good strategy. They had good approaches. It really seemed like, I think that it was OG and Alex. They were basically just controlling that little part of their map, and then they would send Roma around. Roma would wrap around, and then they would have crossfire, and it just, the positioning.
Yeah.
It's good.
The positioning, I feel like Roma's glitches were probably his most pivotal aspect in this match. His glitches were well timed. He took on those perfect fights alongside his team, just offering even the minuscule amount of support that his team needs to kind of swap those fights in their favor. The heals as well, fantastic. But Ape Squad, they've improved a lot, and we're going to be going with a Team Secret victory in this one. That's how the cookie crumbles, as Rio said.
That is how the cookie crumbles. So stay tuned, everybody. We are going to go into more 3v3s here in just a moment, but we're going to give everybody a time to set up their computers and get into the match. So stay tuned, and we will be right back with even more action on the B-Stream. Well, welcome back again. That was a very short break, but we had to make sure that there weren't any more matches, and apparently there aren't any. So we're going to end it here. And Sensoyo, it's been a wonderful day casting with you. There are going to be more games on the A stream, so go check that out. But everybody, thank you for checking out the B stream. We really appreciate it. We love that we get the opportunity to give these teams all casted games. It's what they deserve. They've had a wonderful ride all the way to this major, and they deserved every bit of the action that we gave you. So thank you guys for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And everybody in the chat as well. You guys are awesome. Somebody said that they need to make a 67 emote. I don't know what that means, but hey, I read it.
6-7 emo. What?
6-7. What is that? I don't know. I'm too old.
I don't know. Honestly, can't help.
But anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We will catch you around tomorrow and on the A stream. So have a good one.
Thank you.